And it's got a surface on it that accepts paint.
Yeah, it's like they used to call it fast cow, didn't they?
Well, yeah, I got fast cow over there. This has got like a textured surface, almost like it's opaque. But
All right, we're back. Saturday at John's Part 2.
here's a little bit of fast cow, and it's real slick.
Yeah.
They don't make that no more, do they?
Nah, I don't.
Yeah, they must.
But that's the original fast cow, you know, that we used to use.
Who made it? Look at the backside of it.
Avery.
Here's the question, and we used, or combat guys or modelers used it with, what was the original purpose of it?
Right.
I wonder what they did with it. You know, some of this stuff, you know.
It's probably some kind of laminating plastic, you know, that whether it's for covers or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
We got 2 and 1 already. You're dying to see how the props are made.
Still on the molds. So the second half of this video, this part, we're going to clay this up like we did the 3-blader, but then we're going to build the sides up on the 3-blader and then pour the second half. So we're going to pour the first of this and the second half of the other one.
Let me see, how big is this going to be when we put this together? OD 4.5 inches about. Let's see if I got some C clamps that are
Small enough. Now,
oh, I think I have little mini bar clamps.
yeah. So I can guarantee you, claying up this 2-blade, it's going to take half the time it took to do the 4-blade.
I wonder why. God, you're a genius.
I only have 2 of these. I think these will get that little mold.
And you know what? It'll take half as much material too.
Yep. That's a good thing. These are perfect, John. These little short ones.
Harbor Freight specials.
Oh, it reminds me. Here's this. This is what I got. Now see, look at this.
That's the Harbor Freight
special. I shook this yesterday.
Man, that's got a lot of solids in it.
That was just sitting overnight.
That's Harbor Freight?
Yep.
How much a can?
$5.
$4.99. The cheaper it is, the better it's got to be.
Well, you know, DC 540 used to be $3.60 a can.
Yeah.
$3.60 a can for the best primer out there.
So I brought this in order for the DC 540 professionals to do it.
I got them to paint my little.
What's it say? Let me see the can for a second.
Yeah, see if there's any xylene in it.
Well, it didn't list what's in it.
High build automotive formula that fills in deep scratches and minor surface imperfections. Fast dry and sandable finish allows for easier feathering while providing a smooth and rust resistant surface that promotes top coat uniformity for use on metal, wood, and fiberglass.
What does that say?
Contains ketones.
Perfect.
Keep away from heat and open frame. Vapors until vapors. Contents under pressure. Well, see, it contains ketones. That's one of the key things. And when it says and other aromatic gases,
aromatic amines.
yeah, that's
like
the
that.
ones you want to steer away from. That's what the new
Benzene.
DC 540 has in it.
This is perfect.
You found benzene in it?
Yeah, there's benzene right there. It says, this product can expose you to chemicals including benzene, which is known in the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. For more information, go to P65warningsca.gov. Do not take internally. No kidding.
Did you ever have DC 540 lift paper?
Lift paper.
Yeah, on your airplanes, like when you sprayed it on over dope where it would soften it up and it would sort of,
No,
like bag out, but a little bit different.
no.
I have, but it could be you put it on too wet and it'll do that. But I had that happen with the old DC 540, so you had to dust it on rather than put on a wet coat.
I
Well,
go love.
there's only one way to find out.
I can tell by the smell. The minute you smell it, I can tell you if it's going to work.
Well, the way it was with the DC 540, when you showed me, it had like a puffy effect to it. You
Yeah.
spray it.
Does this puff?
I don't know. I haven't even opened it. So I brought it along. I just got it yesterday. I just want you to try it.
Don't get too overwhelmed.
Please spray down there.
Shake it up good. Shake it. Shake it for about a minute.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Shake it.
It is bagging it.
Whatever,
Do it up in here where it won't pull that rib in.
whatever it was, I mean, it's got a lot of solids because I've never had a marble stick like that. Makes it stick.
Let's see when it dries.
Oh,
if
it covers good.
If it thickens up. It's got a different smell to
It
it.
doesn't have that.
Almost like it's got a little alcohol or something.
Well, we'll let it dry and see how good it sands. But then, what happens when you put dope over it?
Well,
Now, well, it's going over top of dope here,
Yeah, but you
so
can put anything over dope, but you can't put dope over everything.
you got a test sample to try it. Now, what's on there, John? Doctor paper?
I did one of these in medium silk span and one of them in Dr. paper. This is the medium silk span one. The other one I think is out in the garage, and we did a test.
We do a lot of stuff here.
Three coats of dope for the base and 3 coats of dope on the top, and
It doesn't dry as fast as DC 540.
Yeah.
I think that other one is out in the garage.
DC 540 will already be dry.
Yeah.
And we were
This has an enamel type smell to it. But I do have DC 540 out in the car. The real stuff. That stuff covers good though.
Yeah. The other thing is, you need to shake it up a little bit more. I think there's a lot of solids in there that. What next? What you're gonna do? I have these little sanding screws. What I like to do is take one of these blades and I dulled it.
I don't know, it dried already. Pretty close.
And then I like to round the tip of it like this. Give it a radius.
We could paint my backrest. I guess we could try this on my backrest.
Yeah, that'd be a good place to
it's
sample.
something that's not glued in right now.
No.
He's balling up.
It ain't powdering like DC 540. Or is it? Yeah, I guess it is. Let's get another coat on it. If it works, I'll buy some on the way home. It's got a funny smell to it.
Well, it's not fish iron or anything like that. It did bag up, so it looks like it's
Got ketones or something in it.
at least eaten in a little bit.
$5 a can, that beats the crap out of $15 a can.
In a heartbeat. You in there buy a case of that stuff.
Yeah, $4.99.
Probably a little green. It was loading the paper up there a little bit, so it must still be a little green. I'll leave it set there for a little while. DC 540 only takes a minute or two.
Because it's got xylene in it.
It's almost freaky fast, because when Sparky was showing it to me, how quick it actually set. Sometimes on these two blades, it's just easier to pick up the parting board, you know, instead of bending over it.
Mm-hmm.
Gumby!
For you guys that know what he's doing right here, he's not cutting that straight up and down with that prop blade. He's putting an angle on that.
Yeah. So
It doesn't have to be a lot of an angle, just as long as it's some.
Vapor is
A
harmful.
degree or 1 degree or 2 degrees, just some kind of angle there.
If you experience eye watering, headaches, or dizziness, increase the fresh air. Or wear a respiratory protection. Or leave the area.
this edge right here.
One down.
Just I'm trying. Can't mess it up. The razor blade's dull, and the clay is remoldable.
Yeah, you make a mistake, just go back and read that.
Five and 3.
It's therapeutic, John.
Gumby.
Yeah, we got old Gumby right here.
Trick is when you're sliding that blade against the prop, have it at an angle, of course, but then you don't let
Let me do the leading edge.
you don't let the blades bite. You just sort of
Right, it's a feel sort of thing.
yeah.
I'll let you do that, because I know you wanna, and then can you take this and just,
Yeah, what I do. Yeah, you can
Smooth
drag it. Yeah, I always drag it with the blade edge though.
with that edge, yeah,
No, like this. I always gotta drag it with this edge.
yeah. Mhm. And it leaves very little on there.
Yeah,
Gumby.
Let me do one of them.
this is the edge you want to work with.
Now remember, it's not pinned.
Yeah, but it's stuck pretty good though. Here, John, pivot that camera. Just push it away and then come from the plate and just peel it up. Boy, that paper's tightening up though. You know that wing sample there?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that would scare the heck out of you if you actually had a whole airplane, you spray that and you see it start to wrinkle.
Dope does it.
Dope does it. But we've got so much experience with dope that you don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you didn't know any better.
Yeah.
Look at that spark.
Just like I knew what I was doing.
Yeah. Anybody who can sand can cut clay. Isn't that right?
You think so? Gumby.
My niece used to have this. She made all sorts of little figurines and little cartoon characters and stuff like that out of this molding clay. And then it's a
Bake it?
special clay, and then you bake it and it turns rock hard.
It's polymer clay.
Yeah, it was real neat stuff, man. And it was really workable like this is, and
Yeah.
has the same consistency as that does before you heat it
Little
up.
bricks.
Yeah, little bricks, all different colors.
Yeah.
I think I got too much draft angle, don't I?
That's right. I can take it off. I'll straighten it up.
Okay, good, because you know what you're doing.
I'll make it look pretty.
Gumby.
Ain't nothing to it though.
5 watchers and 4 thumbs up. Anybody got any questions or anything on what we're doing?
Now comes the moment of truth. Now I think
Not quite there yet.
I don't like the smell of this stuff. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that real. I want to sand that, so don't sand it. Doesn't have that real.
Let it dry more. It's still, well, there's that last few bags come back out of it. It's still wet a little bit. Got a weird smell to it, doesn't it?
Like it came from China.
Yeah.
No, it's rubber.
Doesn't have the powdery, does it?
No,
Doesn't have quite the build, because the other DC 540 would be twice that thick
Thick, yeah.
on there.
and it'd be dry.
It's like a DC 540, like you spray it on, it goes on real wet, and then you just let it dry, and it gets 3 times as thick. It doesn't work too bad. Look, there's stuff.
Yeah.
The lid and the paper.
Yep. Yeah. That
It
ain't.
might just need to dry longer.
Well, here's the thing. I've got like 4 or 5 different cans of different primer. Sparky's tried some of them, and it's one of these things where you can make them all work, and they're all fine, but none of them act like DC 540. So, yeah, you can let it dry. Some have to dry longer, some not as much. Some will tend to load the paper more than others, but they'll all give you a really slick feathered edge, but they won't give it to you as easy as that DC stuff.
How big a mold are you going to make?
Hmm?
That mold is going to be huge.
Which mold?
The one you got in your hand.
This one?
Yeah.
No, it won't. What you do, Spark,
It's that wide.
yeah.
and however long you want to put them in there.
The only reason this plate is this big, because this is what was left over once I got those cut off.
Oh, I see.
So right here.
Right, okay.
So I thought, well, you know, instead of making another cut, I didn't want to. I thought, never know what you want to make.
Right down the
could
road,
always-
you might need to cut that up into little 6-inch squares or something.
Yeah. So that's why I did. Because basically it doesn't matter what the plate is. It's how you choke up the sideboards.
You're really looking for is just a flat, smooth surface.
You know what I really wanted to say? I really wanted to say, well, heck, I found out bought another gallon of resin. I thought I'd really make this big.
Heck yeah, we got a whole nother gallon
Yeah,
work with there, boys.
We're good to go. Big or big?
Oh, it's fun. It could be fun. Playing around with toy airplanes and doing different things. I get into the experimentation aspect of things, trying stuff new and different and going out of my realm of comfort. And it just, there's something satisfying about that now.
Here's the kicker, though. We're playing around. We're having fun. We're making model airplane stuff. But if you go to a full-blown composite shop, they'll be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And what we're doing here with the materials we're using is so far out of the hobby part of it. We're using industrial, commercial grade resins.
Boeing.
Yeah, there's stuff that's spec'd out. So, yeah,
It is. It's aerospace grade epoxies and stuff that are a lot more volatile to you and everything else than hobby grade epoxies and stuff, finishing resin, zap or whatever you're using.
So yeah, it's we're having fun playing around, but we're playing around with the real stuff.
That stuff you get in the hobby store is just that.
Even Easy Lamb's not like this.
It's pretty good. It's good, but it's not good.
Yeah. Well, another big one is West Systems.
The 4-blade prop is getting ready to get the second half of the mold put on it.
Yeah, well, then you're working up one more step above hobby grade stuff because that's boat making, full size vehicle.
Yeah, and West System is designed for boats. It's not really high temp. I think it's 180 tops. But it's made, like you said, for boats, laminating fiberglass on hulls and boats. Even if you had a boat in the hottest water you can get, it'd be 210 and it wear bowls.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things, a high temp resin will do two things. It'll give you a better part because of the quality of the resin, and it'll speed up the production time. And when I started to go to high temp resins, it wasn't because I needed that much of a higher temperature. I needed a faster processing time. So these little helmets I was making is sort of an experiment. I take the HTR 250 and I'd heat the oven to 150. I'd put my molds in it and I heat my mold to 150. And then I lay up the part. And as soon as I laid it up, I'd throw it right back in the oven at 150. 45 minutes later, I was pulling out a completely cured part where you could take it out of the mold. So by going to that temperature, it gave me a really quick turnaround time. Because normally when I'd make parts, you had to wait till the next day before you can lay up more parts. And So you could lay up a lot of different parts in the same day, out of the same mold.
You know, some epoxies aren't designed to go over wood. And it'll affect the lamination if you're trying to laminate wood, plywood or what be it. And I think those boat formulas that you're talking about are designed
for wood
because almost all your boats have some kind of a plywood core.
Yeah. Well, now that you mention it, I'll tell you another thing with HTR 250. When I glass a center section of a wing and I put that 250 on it, it doesn't cure as quick. So there's something about that wood that causes the resin. It cures hard, but it doesn't cure as crisp, as hard, as fast. So there's something about it.
Well, we use popsicle sticks a lot to mix epoxy up, the cheap epoxy or inexpensive, you know, Bob Smith, whatever, epoxies with popsicle sticks and a lot of this higher end epoxy say by under no means mix with a wood stick or anything like that on it. Now, whether or not that's because the activator is so thin or it really does, you know, they're really looking at the scientific aspect of the epoxy, you know, is how hard it's going to cure. Is it going to take on a trip to Mars? You know, is it going to hold on up on a commercial airliner?
The other thing is not only the moisture content of the wood, but what'll happen if you have this much resin and this much hardener, and you stick that wooden stick in there. That wooden stick absorbs the hardener. So basically, you've got a stick that you'll never be able to get the hardener out of.
Oh, I guess it sounds okay.
Southern off now. It's not that as thick, so maybe it's not quite as high build. It's starting to feel like plastic.
Let's paint my little backrest because I'm going to paint it with water-based paint. So
Water-based will go over anything. And water-based, a lot of times, you know, you can use when you have two incompatible materials.
use water-based sealer.
If you use a water base in between them, it'll give you a buffer layer in there that'll make them compatible with one another. But you got to put it in there.
They sell a sealer, water-based sealer.
Yeah. So that's all it's doing. It could be paint, it could whatever, as long as it's just water-based. Now we were talking other things, water-based polyurethane, you know, putting on your floor and that kind of stuff.
That covers really good. I think it covers better than DC 540. Doesn't feel quite as good though. Yeah, we get 3 coats on this. You need a little bit of that green shit in that crack. Well, not really. You never see
You're
it.
not gonna see it.
Talking about spot putty.
Yeah.
I know Robert's warned you about that stuff before, but you gotta watch putting that stuff on. You can't just smoothie it on every little thing that you see.
Might as well take that Gumby clay and put it on. It's heavy shit.
One of the things these guys can't tell by looking at the video, this clay never dries. It's like an oil-based clay. Never cures, never hardens.
Yeah, some clays have a certain something or other in them that you can't use for this because it.
If you have, if you're pouring molding silicones, and you have a clay with sulfur in it, that'll inhibit the cure of silicone. So you got to be careful with silicones because of that.
I'm gonna need to get some, go up there and get that, see, that, you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm doing that, I might as well do that and sand it out.
I'll just take that paint up there and put you on some more coats.
Nah. Put some green shit on it first. Use some Gumby on it. You putted in the numbers, huh?
Oh yeah, I didn't want that catching in the mold. It wouldn't, that would lock it in.
You know,
What?
you're liable to see that Zor in the finished process.
Sparky said mold it.
That's it. Maybe we'll sell it to Zor.
He's gonna sit out there and he's gonna paint it anyway when it's all done, so it looks like a real prop.
Yeah.
Probably put yellow tips on it.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad idea on any propeller, is to put white tips or yellow tips, you know, about a half an inch on the tips of your prop so you can see the tip wearing around.
Don't put
there.
your finger here.
Yeah. Danger, prop bark.
You remember the Astro Hog you sold me
Yeah.
and the Sato
Yeah.
80?
Mhm.
I might be the only one with a Sato 80 Astro Hog with a 4-bladed prop on
Might be. Powering out. That pupper could do unlimited verticals.
it. Big old 4-stroker. Big old 4-stroker be pounding away out there. I did saw Rabe fly that critical mass. He had that thing humming around that circle.
That's a turd.
Yeah, but it was flying. I
That
mean,
was 80 some ounces.
did you see him fly it?
I
Just
never
on
got
video.
to see him fly it. I seen it on video.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was in one of Wendy's videos that they're putting back up.
Yeah.
2010 or something, wasn't
Yeah.
it? He sent me a set of the plans for that. I saw him from him.
Now, is Al's wife still living, or any of his family, or
Yeah, I think his wife is.
you know, you go to the nursing homes and it's full of women, all the men are dead.
I had no
Yeah.
idea he was sick because he was still, I mean, he just sent me his molds.
Really?
I got the original Bearcat mold.
And that was after his car accident. Well,
Yeah,
he was out jogging and got hit by a car. It muckered him up a little bit. Of course, being an old man, you don't heal very good. I don't think he ever really came back from that, you know, to
Yeah. Yeah, your recovery rate's not very good.
when I did that Bearcat, he sent me plans for the critical mass. He sent me like 3 canopies for that Bearcat because I mucked one up. And when I did, I said, Al, I need to buy a canopy from you. He sends me this one. It probably cost him $15 in mailing because of that. He put these 2 canopies in this piece of PVC pipe that was about 3/8 inch thick wall.
He wanted to make sure.
Yeah, make sure they didn't get damaged when they got sent to me.
Hey, he made sure everything was done right.
I think I still got the PVC pipe because
I'll tell you
talk
what,
about overkill.
the UPS bill that Al, when Al sent me his molds, had to be over $100.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Them molds are so heavy, they're made out of plaster. Did you feel them?
Yeah, I knew what he did. I didn't do mine like he said to do it, where he took newspaper and plaster Paris and wadded it up and put it in there.
I think they're solid plaster.
Paper mache type thing is what he was supposed to have done.
I said, Al, you want me to say, no, don't worry about it.
Yeah, he wouldn't take any money from me either. But he didn't want to. he didn't want to listen to any modern day suggestions.
No.
He had his way of doing things, and that was it. And if he took 2 3-inch belt cranks and doubled them up in there, that's what he was going to do. He wasn't going to use a 4-inch belt crank or anything like that. He'd take those little
Sig belt cranks.
Sig belt cranks, the little 3-inchers.
I thought that was Aviojet's original idea.
I'm afraid not.
No.
Look, there's more windshield belt cranks. He take these things right here
Oh, yeah.
and double them,
Yeah.
one on top of the other, and that was his.
To get his strength.
Yeah, and he didn't put any hard points in the sides of his fuselage for pull testing.
Really?
And I said, Al, I said, you need to put your little hard point on there where your fingers rest on that big fat fuselage side. You know, so you're not sticking your fingers through that sheeting.
Yeah.
Well, look, he did say that. Well, that was a pretty good idea. And I said, it's new. I didn't invent that. Just that people have been doing them like that, or like Sparky does with the plywood cross brace and stuff that just stretches that.
Yeah, you're pull testing the bell crank, not the whole airplane that way.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen people grab the fuselage like this.
It snapped.
Oh yeah.
It's
Or
like-
pull by the wing. You really don't want to pull it by the wingtip either,
No.
because you're not testing the system properly.
No, you got to get it right.
You got to test the fuselage to wing joint
Yeah.
as well as the belt crank and everything else.
I can pull you across the parking lot.
Yeah.
Don't ever pull any more than you need to, though.
Oh, he did with 15,000 lines. He yanked the whole pull test machine.
And
about
Jeff
10
Traxler standing on
about
it.
10 feet across the
Yeah.
parking lot.
That
Out
pissed
there.
me off. Yeah, I'm only supposed to pull 35 pounds.
He pulled it hard enough that it moved about 5 feet and then slid another couple feet.
It's only supposed to be 35 pounds, and they kept adding the weight and adding the weight. I said, okay, great. Put it all on there.
He did. He had it all. I think he had
Yeah.
all of it on there.
Okay, no problem. And I think he was standing on it, too.
It might have been. I don't know. That was one of those days because we had situation down at the grass circles and had a situation at the pull test on the L pad. And
Yeah. You can't fly that, but nobody else is here.
we're the only people out there. And it was running us off. I mean, the only people out there. And it was 2 hours before competition was going to start.
Yeah. You know, I hate to say it.
You're flying a Pampa plane on the classic circle.
Oh, gosh. I hate to say it. I think this clay up here is better than the one I did on the 4-blade.
Oh. Because there's only half as much to do.
Yeah. I could concentrate more.
Well, it's like anything. When was the last time you did one of these prior to that 4-blade?
Oh, 15 years ago.
You know,
15, 20.
takes you a little while to
Yeah.
get back into things.
Okay, guys,
It
that's.
looks beautiful.
I think it's where I want it. It's time to spray some PVA. Go up and coat these molds with some PVA. Not molds, but plugs. So the 4-blader's already been waxed. And then,
Where's it at?
Right behind me.
Yeah, I was gonna say where the. And then we'll spray both of them at once. We'll do second half, pour on the 4, and
You need to be stripping that plane down
Gee, I never would have thought of it.
and getting ready to put it on that stand out there.
what did I do with that?
You
little-
wouldn't have? Well, I thought I'd remind you so you wouldn't.
Yeah, the ball
What did I do with that little
A
paper?
ball
too?
driver, what else do you want? I suppose it's gotta be for 440s too, right?
Where's that little paper too, John? Did I lose another one?
You ought to
Gotta
make
be
one.
sitting there. Yeah, he made one and it's gotta be over in there.
Oh, I bet I know what I did. Well, it's probably good. It's on the 4-blade. I need to make another one.
Yep, so.
I thought I was going crazy.
That won't take far.
No, it's right around the corner. I'm in my own little world and I like it there. You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I think it's worth $4.99. And I'll tell you what, even the bad rattle cans that I've got, that Sparky didn't think was good, or I didn't either, it didn't matter because it's perfect for these plugs and stuff I make. It don't bother me.
And it really didn't load that paper up now. You know that now it's had that extra time to, and it's powdering big time. It's not as thick.
But maybe that's a good
But-
thing too, because you don't need a,
Maybe it'll come out lighter. You know, because it isn't as thick. These little test panels come in handy. Those are all made just for nothing but to test that doctor's paper out. I wanted to do a wing, a sample of a wing,
yeah.
and I wanted to use medium weight self-panned opposed to doctor paper because it seemed to be about medium weight. And I handed these people both of them at the same time. I said, you tell me which one's the doctor paper.
They couldn't tell.
They couldn't tell.
And then it's sort of like the primer, John. Okay, you know the difference between DC 540 and whatever. Once it's sanded and it's all said and done, you can't tell the difference. You can just tell the difference when you're actually using it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same with this. The end result's the same, but somewhere in the process it's different. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be much. It's just different. That's like the smell.
Yeah,
I mean, if you get it in your ring, this don't smell right, then maybe you got a negative attitude going into the rest of the stuff.
so since you and Sparky are into this composites now, you know how you used to buy this clay in sticks? There's actually 4 sticks here. 2 for you and 2 for you. Here's your 2 Gumbies.
2 Gumbies for 2 dummies, eh?
The reason why we call this Gumby clay is it's Amico, American Art Clay Company out of Indianapolis. So I called this lady up and I told her what I needed. And she said, well, we got it in different colors. I said, well, it really doesn't matter. I said, I'll take whatever color as long as the properties are right. And she said, well, we got the green. I said, that'd be great. I said, send me the green. She said, now you know that this is the Gumby clay. I said, well, what are you talking about? She said, the guy that did stop animation in the film that made Gumby used our clay, the same formula. So I felt pretty privileged, you know, to have the Gumby clay. So am I getting pretty close to Gumby? That's his head.
Starting to, you need to slice a couple legs and spread them apart. And
I'm just going to do his head.
of
course.
a little bit of an angle to it.
Yeah. Of course, these eyes, you know, that,
Need some white and some red.
yeah.
Or white and black.
Or if you remember Saturday, was it Saturday Night
Mr.
Live?
Bill.
Mr. Bill, help me, Mr. Bill! I don't want to go fishing, Mr. Bill. Oh.
I like Eddie Murphy as Gumby.
But you know, you can reuse this stuff as long as you try to keep it.
Yeah, but
real.
it never dries out. Now that stuff I've got, that other stuff I got, I'm not to know that would work because that's not the same kind of stuff.
I'm gonna set your clay here. So.
And it's probably got sulfur in it.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the clay I had a long time ago was green. It was American Art clay. And when you'd smear it, every once in a while you'd see a little rusty streak, you know, where it wasn't homogenized enough. Very faint, but and you'd pick it up and you'd smell it, and it did have it. You could smell the sulfur smell.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this one.
Fill in that mold up close.
That's the part that's hardest right there, trying to get. There's another thing you can do with these molds. There's a company, I forget the name, that sells heaters. So when you cast these resin molds, you put heating coils in the mold. And then when it comes to time to lay up the part, you plug the mold in, you turn it on, you control the heat of the mold.
How critical is the post curing temperature wise, you know, as far as having exact temperatures and stuff like that?
I don't think it's really critical. I mean, as long as you don't go too fast or too slow. I mean, too fast. You can go too slow. Hi. I'm good, Mom. Hey, can I call you back in about 10, 15 minutes? I'll call you back. Tell Kath I'm going to call back in about 15 minutes. I'm over here getting ready to mix up some epoxy. But yeah, I think obviously with the helmet, when I laid it up, I threw it in there at 150 degrees.
He loves his helmet.
I love it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay, here's the thing with the helmet.
How come we didn't bring a helmet?
It looks like a Formula One car driver helmet, man. Just the size of a walnut.
Here's the helmet story. Sparky said, quit messing around with those things and start working on the plane. Well, he's right in some respects. Now, here's the thing. If you go into Dayton Wright-Patterson and you go back here and you see all these airplanes like the Goblin or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? The fat flying wing.
Yeah.
And you look at this stuff, you think, why in the heck would anybody build something like this? They knew it wasn't going to fly. That isn't the point.
It did fly.
It did fly, but they only built that for one reason, to figure out what something was going to do under a certain circumstance. So instead of laying up fuselage trying to figure out some process and then ruining the whole plug and the whole parting board and everything, I start with something small like a helmet. So then when I got off on my experiment and the thing stuck in the mold because I was experimenting, I had to lay it on the rubber pad and take a hammer and beat it until the plug popped out. So I could afford to lose a helmet. I couldn't afford to lose a whole fuselage. So.
Yeah.
But all these airplanes you see that had these funny designs, it was a precursor to some experiment.
Well, they wanted to take that airplane and fly it over in a dirigible.
Yeah.
And then they would launch it from the dirigible, and then it has a hook on the top of it, if I remember right, and they would fly back underneath the dirigible and hook that hook on a little trapeze, and then they went it back up in the dirigible.
Crazy stuff.
If I remember right, on that airplane, that's what they did with it. And so it was all about getting an airplane far away without using as much extra fuel.
Did you know your airplane, the B-52 Stratofortress, was designed in 1945?
Yeah.
First flew in 45. 51 it went into service. And they're saying that it's going to last 100 years because they're refitting it for new engines now.
Yeah, they re-sparred them and stuff back when I was in the military.
What airplane is that?
B-52
Okay.
Stratofortress.
Oh yeah, that's amazing there.
That's what I worked on when I was in the military.
They killed my airplane.
I was a weapons mechanic, bomb BB stacker, as the Navy guys call them, or bomb loader, whatever.
Red shirt.
I had they wanted me to cross train into EOD when I got out. I told them to
Where's one of them fingernail files?
put it where the sun don't shine. Bomb disposal, something about that I didn't want to do. I don't know, what'd you do with them?
One of the cheap, thin job.
Little one?
Yeah, the little cheap, thin one. I gotta stop and get me some of these.
See that back here.
Yeah.
When I was doing that plug, I thought I'm going to go over this with a fine-tooth comb because when I spray the clear on it, I'm not going to have to do anything.
Yeah.
When I spray the clear, I see about 6 spots that I need to. Not really, but if you want it perfect.
See, that's amazing. Just that little light indentation on that prop size
Yeah.
is that putty, the clay went right into that and just laid perfectly flat, like you painted the numbers.
Oh yeah, the clay.
Yeah, it went right in the numbers right there. And
Well, that's the beauty of the clay. It spreads so thin. You know. There's little microscopic waves, but I mean, it's not going to matter as long as it goes there. And the other thing, John, let's just say you had a little booger here or something. All you got to do if you really want it nice, you can just take some sandpaper and sand it here.
mhm.
Man, this thing's a long way from being close to being done.
You want to spray it after we do these?
Yeah. It's gonna take several more sand outs. I can't see in that apartment. I think I'm gonna go to Lowe's today and get me some.
Get you a really bright work light that's LED.
Yeah.
Maybe you won't get the coverage you got on what but you're gonna have to move it around, but you'll get better light. And really, you need it at an angle like this. When you get to this stage,
Yeah.
you need to
Candling.
Exactly.
But I do need another coat of paint on this.
Oh yeah.
There ain't enough paint on it yet.
Well, you only got, what, 3 top coats on it right now?
I don't have any. It's all,
No, I meant
The clear, you
prime-
mean?
Clear, tinted clear.
yeah, 3.
And we were saying it's gonna take probably 4 anyway.
But I don't have enough. I'm gonna have to mix some more clear. Outside my realm, I just won't have to get less top coat. Might as well get used to the fact I ain't gonna make 64.
No.
Well, feather's really nice. I like this paper, it's sticky.
Yeah, it helps you.
Let's see if you had an I-beam. See this?
Yeah,
And you're doing this all day long.
I know, for thousands of hours.
Hey,
Or you'd have little pieces stuck to each one of your fingertips.
you just be working those little,
It's a pain in the butt.
but I'll tell you what, you get that thing out on the tarmac, let the sun hit it, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like the sun beating off an I-beam wing that's straight.
There's a guy, I'm sorry he's passed away now, but his son's still out there. He's Scott Condon and Mike Condon.
Yeah,
You remember?
yeah, I remember.
He made some really, really beautiful I-beam airplanes, and some of them were painted black.
Mhm.
And I mean, just a phenomenal paint job. But I think his profession was car painting or something.
The young boy?
The father.
Okay, yeah.
And so he had sort of experience, putting on paint jobs, but built some of the most beautiful I-beam airplanes that I've seen in my life.
You ever seen Bill Wilson's airplane? He's from Texas,
No.
super painter.
Tell you what, we're fortunate because there's a lot of very, very talented people in controlling Stunt. Maybe controlling in general, because even though they might not fly Stunt, they're
Yeah.
innovative and, anytime you got a bunch of guys together that are looking to do real pretty airplanes and stuff like that, you're looking at perfectionists.
Well, it's like this prop. I mean, once you know the materials or what works well, there's hundreds of people out there that could do that if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, it's not out. Now the next hardest part is gonna be figuring out how much tow you need to go in there and,
Yeah, I can sort of tell by looking at the mold. When you lay it up, as you're running the toe in there, you start at the tip, and then it progressively gets shorter to go around the hub, and then it progressively gets longer. So when it's being laid up, you can sort of visualize the low spot to the line right there, and you could take something like this, okay, a piece of metal, and you could push that toe down in the mold, and you can pretty much tell if it's full. Now, if you push this down in there, and it goes way down in there, and it doesn't come up to that line, or, you can sort of tell by looking at it if there's enough. And really what you want is no washout, but you're gonna get a little bit around the hub because of all the chop. So when you close it, some of this toe is gonna ease out, maybe 1/8 of an inch, it'll spread. You don't want it excessive, but when you close the mold, you want it about a 10/1000th of an inch gap. Sometimes if the mold completely closes face to face, it's not full enough. Obviously, it's over 10,000, it's too much, but you want it as close as you can without it bottoming out. That means it's compressed and there's probably no voids in there. But what you do when you first start with toe, you write out, say I've got 2 pieces at 18 inches, 2 pieces at 16. You keep a record and you write down every piece of toe that you put in there. Now, if it's underfilled, you add to it. If it's overfilled, then you figure out by the schedule that you laid in there what you need to adjust. So it's important when this mold is done on the back that you engrave it with whatever resin, I forget, 560. You mark that resin that's what this mold is made out of.
560. No, this ain't the
Yeah.
resin.
and all that information that you use.
The mold is made out of this, but
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the resin
Well,
the prop's
everything,
made out of.
yeah, everything. You keep a diary of everything. Your first layup, you keep a diary. And when you finally get to the optimum amount of carbon and the optimum amount of resin you have to mix to make it, you write that down. So, and then let's just say 40 years when we're all dead and gone, somebody gets this at a flea market and they're looking, what is it? Well, here, John Sparky Dan, HTR 560, good to 350. Post cure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what that is. I mean, that way, because I've got molds in my garage, I can't remember if they're room temp or high temp. So,
Yeah, it pays to not take notes, but like you say, grind that or etch that into that mold itself, and that way it travels with it.
yeah.
You don't have a separate piece of paper that you're
Yeah.
trying to follow.
Yeah, once you get that
Um,
optimum ratio, then you can engrave it on the mold. But then
How
again,
many propellers did you pull the first time before you got the right
honestly,
toe ratio and that kind of stuff, or were you pretty close right off the bat?
I was pretty close. The first ones I made were out of fiberglass, and they were too heavy, and I didn't like them. But it only took me 1 or 2 props to get it, and then I pretty much had it. And then subsequently, when I make another mold, I got used to laying them up, and I got used to knowing what it was supposed to look like in the mold. Sometimes I could hit it right off the bat where it was fine, especially with a two-blader like that. I bet you I could lay that two-blader up and have the first one usable. I've done so many two-bladers. And all that chop Sparky's got over there that he thought he'd never, it'll come in handy on the hub. When that toe goes around the pin, and you start to see little voids where the carbon wants to spring out away from but then you just pack it full of that carbon. And a 2-blade, or a 4-blade, if you really wanted to do them quick, you take all your toe, the longest or the shortest, and you wet it out all at one time. And then you just take it, and then you just put it in the mold and work it. So you'd actually wet it and then put it in the mold. Same with that.
Now, are you wetting that with regular epoxy before you put the toe in it? Are you painting on a layer of epoxy and then start laying the wetted out toe in the layer of epoxy?
Yeah, a lot of times I'll just brush a layer of epoxy in there. Sometimes I'll start out with a little bit of chop around the pin, just a little bit. And then the way I've done it, I don't know if it's the fastest, but I use the mold as a trough to wet the toe out. And the PVA is fairly resilient. You got to be careful, you don't want to tear it, but if you take paper towel like this and you're laying it up and you're getting too much resin, and then you blot it, you really don't want to scrape or wipe. You can go in there with paper towel and start sucking resin out of it. So. That'll be about right. I sort of guessed at it. That's the beauty of automotive material. It's fast.
$70 ounces.
You know, Bert's gonna have my ass about painting them down here.
70 ounces.
Creeping up there.
This will get painted with, I missed a spot. This will get painted with water-based paint. You spraying something down there?
I should be pissed. She comes over here and wet mops this floor and stuff. And
Really?
oh yeah. She tries to vacuum up. I said, whatever you do, never run a vacuum in my shop. I don't ever want to see you running a vacuum in my shop.
Why is
You'll
that?
You lose
suck
some.
up something.
Oh.
You know,
You let me do it on your floor.
Well, the floor is fine.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, if I start doing this,
oh yeah, she'd go in here and she'd organize that whole thing. She'd
well, have
clean
you ever
it
been
all
running a
up.
vacuum across your workbench and all of a sudden something goes, shoo?
Ticky here,
yeah,
ticky, ticky.
It's like, what was that? Do I need to open this thing up, or is it something I really need?
You
Was it-
start counting your nuts
Yeah.
and bolts and screws and stuff.
Did I just suck up a $10 carbide burr?
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
done that. And I had a half a container of metal shavings in the bottom of that shop
And you
bag.
had to dig.
Well, we've been on an hour. Let's go upstairs, I guess. John, you carry the camera.
Ah, barf cam.
Yep.
So I'll carry these
Molds.
molds. You get the plane, John get the camera. What we're gonna do, PVA, spray the PVA and then shoot a coat on this.
Yep.
It's looking better.
Yeah, we'll see how it looks after I get another coat of paint on it.
Another coat of tinted clear. You already got your canopy inlet and inlaid and
No, I don't.
what's those lines around there?
It'll be fine.
Got it traced.
It'll be fine.
You smear enough superfill on it, anything will be fine.
It'll be fine.
Here we go, guys.
It'll be fine.
Gotta stop by and look at the airplanes.
Dan found that the rod is in crooked.
Really?
Yep. He's straightening it now.
Must have moved a little bit.
What?
Prop must have tilted a little bit.
Here, you're gonna have to hold this. We'll take the cowl off. Get over there.
Feels pretty nice right now.
Yeah, until I get a coat of paint on it, then it. Ah!
I already had one up here.
Huh?
I already had one mounted.
This is yours. We're just gonna do two bolts. It'll be fine. You see how I threaded the insert for that? They're threaded all the way through brass.
Mm-hmm. We'll screw in inserts.
Yeah.
That'll work fine.
And the balsa.
Doesn't have to hold anything. You hardened it up with CA around.
Yeah. And it's got superfill on it. Oh.
We don't have to bring them up from the basement. I got one up here. I got two of them up here.
Start warming the place up.
This is a hell of a catalog.
Turn on the heat. Gotta make noise, guys. Maybe. I don't need to. Okay, I don't have any more gray. Wait a minute. I got a little bit. Should have. Our left again. Sorry about all the noise, guys. We gotta get it warm and we gotta get air. right to here is still left of my original quart of clear. So I think there might be enough to put one coat of paint on if I add some more thinner. Yeah. All right, I am, oh shoot, I need to wipe this thing off, dust. Done that first, you have to do that.
Stuff in there.
What,
Down, can.
Repsol?
Yeah. That takes your fingerprints and all that off of it and dust and everything else.
Okay.
That's not thinner.
Oh, wax and grease remover. Boy, a lot of sanding left. So we get another coat of the tinted clear on it, and I'll sand it again. It's not anywhere near ready for gray. I'm looking back here, I can see all kind of buggers. Better to have enough paint on it to do anything with, so.
Well, you gotta realize, what you were painting with was 70% thinner.
Yeah.
You started off with 50-50 and just kept adding thinner and adding thinner and adding thinner.
Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of spots.
It's amazing though, Sparky, when you go to the color, how much those little imperfections that you see now.
This one ain't gonna go away. Look at how deep that hole is.
Yeah. Well, you might have to smoothie some stuff on that.
I'm gonna have to go over this thing with a fine tooth comb.
Well, when don't you?
You know?
Move this back a little bit.
Another 2 or 3 sand outs, the way it looks. $80 ounces.
Building a semi-scale stunt plane is not for the faint of heart.
I don't want a heavy airplane, so I gotta skimp on the paint.
Well, what you're putting on there right now is the lightest thing you can put on it.
Yeah.
And hopefully by using that, you'll use a lot less actual color when you get to that stage. It's not gonna be a 60 ouncer, that's for sure.
maybe mid-60s. But it ain't gonna be my normal. Just too much airplane.
No, you got twice the fuselage.
Okay, close enough, I suppose. Okay, I want to shoot some thinner through this gun first. Seeing as that I screwed up and put some of this through it. Thinner. Where we got?
Just use either one of those. They're jump thinner. Make sure you let it set and then shoot it again before you go shooting the plane. But for some reason, those guns hold a teeny little bit in them.
Don't have any air.
Jason, turn it on over here.
I like the idea of shooting another coat of tinted clear on it instead of gray anyway.
This is your lightest stuff you can put on there.
Well, there's so much sanding left to do.
Yeah. It needs another coat. Now, you can tell it in the tissue and everything else. Don't cover on the tissue as good as it covers on the wood. Considering we start off at 50-50 mix and then keep adding thinner to it. By the time you got to that third coat, you're 70% thinner. You don't have any binder in it hardly. But that's the way you get a nice light coat. You get that color build up. Take these ends out of here.
Okay, let her rip tater chip. Not covering very good.
It's darker when it dries.
No, it's not covering at all. It's mostly clear.
Juice it up, but it adds pigment.
Oh, shoot. windy coat. Oh, I got a run going here. Not that it matters. It's not covering for shit. Let's mix up a little gray, I guess. Or do you think I should just add a little black?
Well,
You go over it and you can see there's zero.
is
Is that Randolph?
yeah, I don't have anything that's not.
Is this Randolph?
Yeah. Or wait a minute, black might be SIG. Doesn't matter.
So can I make this gray?
Pour some in there.
I'd rather mix it together then pour it in. We got a chemistry experiment going. Whoa. I can't tell. What's that smell like? Randolph?
Well, it's been thinned with good thinner and stuff, so it's stuff I use on my airplane, so it should be more than compatible.
Ah, shit. I'll just pour it in there, I guess. Okay.
Not like it's rocket science. Just don't use a lot of pigment.
Pygmies.
Did that right as I got that cleaned out.
Change the color of this. I know it is.
Well, it might. It doesn't make any difference as long as it's just some kind of color of gray. You're gonna spray the whole doggone thing anyway.
Okay. Now, once again, just because I have all that doesn't mean I need to use all of that. Just trying to get a coat of paint of some type on this. That's better. See how crappy that looks on the rudder there?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that. A big hole there. So. That's your buggers back here too.
They'll come out in the wash.
I do have some DC 540, so I have a screw up. They're laying down flat. Yeah, we're gonna have to DC 540 some spots for colors too. Like that spot I just hit right there. No good. Now, kitties, don't do what I do. You're supposed to be wearing a mask. Probably a good idea to wear some type of respirator, but I figure, well, what the hell, I've come this far. I'm dead yet.
Oh, I have to be inside.
Yeah, you can see can you see the fog coming out of your eyes? I was watching.
All right, I'm finally. Refill. By the time I get ready to do gray on this thing, it will take 2 ounces of paint. It'll already be gray. This is tinted clear, tinted gray, thinned about 60-40, 60% thinner. So we're not putting a lot of paint on it, a lot of pigment. Just trying to get all the stuff even color. And any of the big buggers, when I go home, I'm gonna fix with DC 540. And then next week we should be able to spray color on it. Because after I got it here today and started looking at it in the light, there's a lot of spots on it. Needs some attention. Covering better. It wasn't covering for a dam when it first started because there was no color in it whatsoever. And that's the thing I'm trying to make gray. Yeah, okay. So I should do it for this coat. Get the other side, or maybe. We'll be sanding again tonight. Got good penetration. I can see the skin bagging up. Yep, we might get to 64 and say, that's it. That's all the farther we're going. Stop cleaning. Coat of paint over everything. Now it's just a matter of hitting a few spots that may have been missed. We only used that much out of the quart. But this is tinted clear. It's not gray. It's tinted clear. 60-40. 60-40 thinner. Chopper and Eileen. Now, if you remember, on the bottom here, there was big holes, you know, where I had to repair, but you can't see them now at all whatsoever. Paint's laying out so nice. I don't see where it would know, it's mostly thinner. Yep, I see some spots that need sanded out around. God. Shit, you know what? We might fix the spots, and instead of changing color, might just leave it this color and use the trim on it and go. Gotta go for the lightest finish possible. I could just add some silver to it. Shoot one light coat. That's what I'm gonna do. That'll really blow you guys' mind. Yep, we are out of paint. That's it for today. No, I lied. Gotta add a little bit to this tip. Add a little bit to the tip. I'll just hit the spot here. With what I got going on in my brain, I still could make my 64 ounces. And let me tell you how that's going to happen. This is covered pretty damn well. So if I just fix the spots that I need fixed, and next week shoot this on to fix those spots that need fixed, same material, and I just add silver to this material to give me the metallic gray. And shoot one light coat of just added silver to this. It won't change color, so it doesn't like I have to change color to get it all covered the same. And then my trim, and then my clear. So I still could make it. It's gonna be tough, but I would like to make it under 64 ounces. So changing up the propeller to the prop we're making and the tank to a tank that we're gonna make. I can lose 2 ounces there. Yeah, that all depends on balance. You know, it has to balance. That actually turned out pretty good. Okay. So wipe this out. Yeah, gonna need some DC 540 back here. Yeah, the whole side, got a big hole right there. Right there, block sand. Yeah, there's a shit pile of work to do. I think I'll get a pencil and I'll go around and I'll start marking out the spots that need to be addressed. It may look okay in the camera, and it will look okay sitting on the field, but when you're standing right up 2 inches away from it, you know, kind of like a motorcycle, hey, what are you gonna do about that? So, and my buddy Jim Lynch, if he ever judges appearance, I don't want him to go, hey, what were you thinking? You know, what were you doing? Because that has happened to me before, and it will never happen again. We got a pretty good shape here, but on the other side it doesn't. So, like I say, it's gonna take a little DC. There's a hole dug in there. I need to be able to get it on its side and shape it that way. But at least I got some paint on it now. I can see what I need to do. So, let me see what these guys are doing. You ready to spray some BDA?
Yeah. Over here, it's so bright.
Yeah.
It's right there. You're watching me do this.
Yeah, it's pretty thick. I just made up my mind what I'm gonna do. I'm not changing the color. I'm gonna take that paint right there, it's in that, what's left in there, which is about that much. I'm gonna add silver to it. You know, for my final coat. What? Is that what I'm saying? Oh, you can hear it.
That microphone picks up pretty good.
Yeah.
You'd be able to go back on that tape and listen to me and Dan out here talking bad about you.
No.
At the beginning of that airplane, if you remember right, when you first started putting that tape in that area, you didn't think this was too close. And you took a tape on and then you started to send it there. So you're down 3 coats of tint on that finish to start with. And to get the gray, the solid gray color in there, it took 3 coats there, not one. You know, and you're going through there thinking, well, I'm gonna take one coat on here and this one goes on this. And that, it's 3
it's, we use that much out of that cord, so. And it's covered.
It'll darken up a little bit when it dries, so you let it dry and go in there and look at it and see what it looks like.
We could bring out this camera so they're not, by themselves. Okay. We bring you guys out of the shadows. Yeah, Sparky's paint booth. No one can hear you scream. Yeah, I'll get John to show how his new model's coming. What's going on here? Yeah. Be another good night's sleep tonight.
Kept an eye on the reamer to make sure I was square in both directions.
Yeah, well.
A little bit dizzy now.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, let that place air out in there a little bit.
I gotta go down and go to the bathroom. I gotta pee.
It'll be sort of quiet. She was snapping on the
I'm going downstairs.
So once I get the drill rod straightened up in the hub of the prop, then I'm gonna PVA him.
You gotta take it off?
No, the prop stays on the plate with the clay. All I gotta do is just open that hole up, get that drill
Okay.
rod straight.
It ain't done yet?
No.
What's the deal?
What's the deal, John?
Said that thing had a drill press and go.
And then you gotta clay that. All you gotta do is just clean out a little bit of that hole and put some clay in there and be good.
Yeah, well, it's probably not that easy. You're gonna have to use a Dremel tool on it or something.
Yeah, you got a little burr.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go down there and get that. We'll use the restroom and then spray some PVA. Then we're ready to pour those molds.
Yeah, we still got the mold pouring to go.
I didn't know where to look for the.
They're going downstairs to straighten out that mold. And shoot. Let me take you downstairs. I gotta go to the bathroom myself. But I'm not gonna take this stand down. We'll just take the camera. Vomit cam. I gotta get me a soda too. And that way you can see what we go through. We've been on 2 hours and 5 minutes. Okay, camera's running, but we got no tripod. We're just
You gotta.
don't knock it over. Oh, need to put this on there.
Here's one, Dan, you might be able to use.
Here's one that's broke. Yeah, that'll work. Do you have a speed reducer for this Dremel?
It's variable speed.
Okay. It's one of the fancy ones.
And this is off and on, and then that's
Okay.
Somebody's building something.
We're getting ready to put in a filling.
and you take it over there.
Yeah.
It sounded like a table saw running across the street.
You mean the neighbors?
Yeah.
Flip it over. Yeah, maybe the lady next door is gonna get her husband a tool trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little Gumby.
Put some gummy in there. We'll be good to go.
And as a kid, we used to call the wash machine the Gimby Gumby.
The gimme gumpy.
Yeah, because that's the noise that it made. Gimby Gumby, Gimby Gumby.
Remember those old ringer washers and stuff they used to have? Man, I can remember in town there, we were in a pretty small town, that at least once a year somebody get hung up in one of them ringers and
Pulled through.
run an arm through it or something and get all muckered up.
My girlfriend did that. Her arm got in a ringer washer.
Yeah, you ever heard the old saying, getting your tit in a ringer?
Yeah.
Right there it is.
A lot of these old sayings, they go back to something that's factual.
Yeah, oh yeah. We had one guy, he got his arm hung up in one of those ice machines. You used to have them big ice
As
machines.
long as it ain't
You
your
could
pecker in the ringer, you're
You
okay.
could get big blocks
Yeah.
or you could get crushed ice out of these big machines in parking lots and stuff. And he had a bunch of those machines around town. He had a big block or something that got hung up in there and he stuck his arm up in there to get it loose and that little conveyor belt in there caught him, yanked him up in there, just
Peeled it all
shredded
off.
his whole arm up.
Let's go, Brandon.
You know, sometimes you can't see
Forest for the trees.
a few thousands, but I tell you what, if something doesn't look right, it's usually not right.
Pretty much.
You know, you look at that, I'm thinking, it's a little off.
I can tell you what's wrong with it, what happened.
What's that?
When you put the clay on the bottom of that prop to mush it to the bed of the prop,
That still wouldn't change the hole. This rod should follow the prop. It was in there tight. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
John drilled it crooked.
No, he followed the hole that was there. I think what had happened, it wasn't accurate to begin with.
You know, a lot of APC props are like that. You're supposed to use these washers
Yeah.
that come with them and they go in the back here. That's the only true hole is this big hole right here. This little hole is not true at all. And you're supposed to use those things in here and it could be offset to one side like this is that little hole.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they give them to you to clip in there and then use that hole as your main guide. And then you're supposed to use a reamer on the small hole to get clearance with a taper reamer.
Right. Well, the thing is, you know, if you're only doing it one time, you're probably not doing it right. This kind of stuff. I mean, you got to go over these things with a fine-tooth comb.
It'll be fine. Good enough for who it's for.
There was an article in Fine Home Building. This one is good enough, you know. And they were talking about this trim carpenter and where these carpenters are doing a tile job and this lady kept refusing the work. Well, it boiled down to she was wanting something that was not intolerance. I mean, you can't take clay tiles that are crooked, that don't that aren't square and have perfect grout lines. So the industry came up with standards. As long as you met these standards, it was within spec. So it sort of relieved the person doing the work and gave them the person doing the work and the homeowner paying for the work a guideline to what needed to happen.
Sounds like the Harley Davidson paint industry. Let me tell you
You
something.
can go up there and look at my kitchen floor, and those tiles that's down on the floor up there. They were warped and bowed and cupped and everything else, and I could have gotten 100 boxes of tile. And that's probably what it'd take for me to get every single one of them that was halfway decent.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got spots, and I used levelers on that whole floor, them clamp levelers,
Yeah.
to pull all that tile in place. And it still wasn't strong enough to work that tile to get it perfect. And so I got some out of space. Well, me and Barb don't mind that because it sort of looks like an old wood floor that way that's been worn, and you got raised boards and low boards and stuff like that. So it didn't bother us too much.
We called Harley Davidson, and customers were coming in. Hey, what are we gonna do about that right there? Harley Davidson paint spec is, can you see it from 3 foot? Nope. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Don't worry about
Gotta have a standard. You'll get picked apart.
it. Yeah.
It'll cost you your business.
What are you gonna do about that? Nothing.
Nothing. That's right.
And 3 foot. I mean, that's right from here to there. You know.
That's pretty close. I mean, you can see a lot at 3 foot distance.
That's like in trucking. I'd come into work in the morning. I'd look at that load. I'm thinking, I can't figure out who loaded this truck, Ronnie Millsap or Ray Charles. It was messed up.
Don't you just love it when they put all the heavy shit up on the tongue? On the fifth wheel?
Oh, yeah. It'd give you fits. Or
so that your steers are 30,000 pounds. You go down the road, beat your eye.
Down.
Well, it's even worse to have a light steer when the weather's bad.
Mm-hmm. That trailer wanting to wander all over.
Yeah.
The neatest thing I saw, there was a guy that made a little trailer in a car, and he put it on this, he made this little, like you'd run on a treadmill like thing. And that little car ran on that treadmill, and he had this weight that he could put in that trailer. It was a regular hitch type trailer.
Yeah.
And he'd sit there and run that treadmill, and that little car would be going real straight and everything. He'd take and tap that trailer with his finger. And he'd have the weight of that load, whether it was a lot on the tongue or a lot towards the tail, and you could tell exactly what that your load on your trailer was like, and where you should put this weight at on your trailer.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Is it 18,000 on the steers?
I think 18 to 20s max, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Tandems is 34. 80,000 gross.
Right. I can't remember. It's been so long since I drove a truck, but I think we used to run it at 18,000 on the steers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack the fifth wheel back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least you have that adjustment,
But sometimes when I go to Kimberly Clark and they'd load me full of baby diaper absorbent, they'd load all that shit way up on you couldn't jack it out of there.
Yeah, you can't move it enough.
You want to try your PVA or go with tried and true?
Let's go with tried and true. I don't want any screw ups. We can screw up on the prop. I don't want to screw up on the mold. Vomit cam. You're gonna paint it out here, right?
You don't want PVA on your plane.
No, not today.
Boy, it looks gray, Spark.
It looks gray, all right. There's a lot left to do there. Let's pick that up.
You put the old windy coat on it, didn't you?
You bet.
Starts getting these wrinkles in the end.
Hold it. There's a hole in it here. I'm kind of crazy right there. Well, it's never been wound up that good. But you had it. Oh, you're spilling it out the top.
Say what?
You're spilling it out the top. Did you lose the top or something?
Yeah, and put it back on. What's nice about PVA, look how easy it is to clean up. It's water soluble, dripping out of the top.
That gun really puts it down nice. Nice, even light, you know. Big bugger right there, all down this.
Not gonna break out my airplane right now. Sorry, Alexander. We've got so much stuff out right now. It's just sort of loaded up with stuff. Really not enough room. If you go back and watch last weekend, Saturday at John's, we had the airplane. Was that last weekend?
I don't know. I think so.
I think we showed the airplane a little bit last weekend. It's in the process basically of it's ready for panel lines in final clear coat.
Did you get any clear on it?
No. What RPM are those props rated for? We don't know. Haven't tested one to destruction.
Probably go to 20,000.
Yeah, they're carbon fiber. They got toe running tip to tip in them.
Probably go more than that. And what's to come apart?
I mean, it's a solid length of toe, carbon fiber toe from tip to tip in them. For the base and the prop, for the center of the prop, and then it tapers down, like every inch in length. The toe gets shorter as you get towards the root of the prop. So don't know. I mean, they're pretty hard to, you can break them, but
I don't know that carbon prop didn't slow, or Richard Oliver's finger didn't slow carbon prop down.
no, your skin won't stop one. I mean, for stunt RPMs, you don't have any problem because they'll handle whatever your max RPM and then some. You're not going to go over 12,000 RPM anyway on any kind of motor, unless you're running that prop on a pylon racer or something like that, but which you're not going to run that prop on a pylon racer. Too big. Ain't going to happen.
Man, there's a lot of work.
Did you put more color in that?
Oh,
More color in it than what you did when I?
no.
It covered it pretty good.
And I still got the same amount left.
You come up here and you look and you can see.
Yeah, I can see them all.
Yeah, there was rain going out. Gotta lay off the sandpaper this time,
Lay off the sandpaper.
a little bit.
How am I gonna get up?
You gotta leave a little bit of it on there, you know.
I know,
a little
but I-
more than what you did the last
But
time.
I gotta get all the places fixed, like there,
Right.
here, and there.
But we can start spotting, you know,
Yeah.
rather than spraying the whole coat on that whole thing, let's just start spotting here and there.
This here is kind of worrying me, you know. I'm gonna have to hit this with DC 540. That'll have to take some greens.
And the one thing I saw was that line right there, that blue line. And all the way down there.
Well,
You got the same thing on the other side?
Yeah, there's a good panel line there.
You can feel it right there, that's high.
I think when I'm
Right on the other side.
better shaping job. There's a spot right here, gotta get out.
Now see, this side came out pretty good. Must be a side that's easier for you to sand on. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm not too far away.
You're really not doing any more work than what you do on your normal airplanes. You're just doing more area,
Yeah.
you know, which takes more time, so.
Gotta get in there and
It's coming around, it's looking good, this wing's really starting to look good now. Yeah, if you grab it, you can leave your fingers running now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Three coats of PVA?
You know, they asked me 2 or 3 or how many coats. It's just a matter of.
You missed the spot right here. Right here.
Yeah, that's dry. So what I do, since PVA is transparent green, I go with way it looks. I can tell how dark green it gets, how much PVA is on there. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, candy apple.
Yeah, so basically just pretend you're spraying candy apple green. And 4 coats, the darker you get. And PVA is not that critical. I mean, you can get it a little heavy in areas and lighter in others. It doesn't really matter. This is so you've got a nice, decent film.
Yeah, that final, if you put 10 coats on there, the total thickness wouldn't be much more than a piece of saran wrap at the most.
Now see this prop where I got it a little heavy because it's so cool. It's starting to run a little bit. So it built up heavy down here where
We can heat it up in here.
Yeah, try that heater up.
once it dries and I'll mist some more over it, it'll be all right.
That's water-based stuff, so
Yeah.
you need a little bit of warmth.
Gotta turn on the noise, sorry.
Get the jet engine going.
Yeah, a little bit.
21 and 12.
want that, right, all you want to do is just relieve that.
Right.
Get the motor tool, and then what you'll do is get it pretty close, take the prop out of here, and then you probably just hand scrape it or file it. Don't go too far, but you want it, you want to leave a little of the original, because you want, when you pull
See the line.
yeah, you want to know where the end is, so you don't want to make it too smooth.
PVA stands for polyvinyl
Alcohol.
Yeah,
alcohol,
yeah,
and it's a liquid release agent. It's a water-based release agent. You spray it on,
it creates a film.
and it creates a film, sort of like Windex, that's really stuck down really good.
Like rubber. It's
Yeah.
like a bag material. Yeah.
A
Saran wrap.
real thin layer of plastic-like over everything, and it keeps your epoxy from sticking to the part. You know, wax will also do sort of the same thing to a lesser degree.
Well, PVA forms a physical barrier between your two layups, and it's not a chemical bond. It's not a chemical layer. It's a physical layer. So there's no way for the resin you're pouring to cross-link into the resin that you poured previously. Because if we had wax only on this or some kind of free coat, the mold would stick. And it would stick because there's no physical barrier.
You wax that plus PVA, right?
Right. Yeah. So we created a physical barrier because chemically, since this mold is still green and it's really not fully cured because it's not in the oven, if we poured the mold on top of it, there's enough resin that isn't cured, it would.
In a week, it's not long enough to cure.
No, not. It's cured. You touch it, it's hard, but the molecules aren't cross-linked completely until you heat this thing to 100, 2, 3, 400, you know, whatever the cure schedule is. So those molecules aren't cross-linked. So if you put more on top of it without a physical barrier, what you just poured would start cross-linking to what's left.
Becomes a rock.
Yes, you'd have an entombed prop in one big block you'd never get apart.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get this apart.
So that's why the PVA is important. Now you can take wax on plastic or drill rod and it's fine because there's no cross-linking. But when you put resin to resin,
Well, it's exactly like that smooth on 30. Try doing that. Pouring the 30 on top of 30. Well, you know, you figure it's silicone rubber. It won't bullshit. It will link and lock up. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't getting it apart.
it's the same thing. It's cross-linking. I'm sure if the mold was seasoned, and it's like this would been through a whole bunch of cure cycles, and you know you waxed it, you'd probably be all right. But you take a green mold like this, you got to have PVA on it. I'm just making sure.
It's all covered.
Yeah,
One little spot and it'd be a catastrophe.
yeah.
Yeah, nothing worse than a catastrophic lockup on a brand spanking new $150 mold.
No, he's holding $200 because of
$200
the price of
mold,
the prop.
the props and everything else. So your initial layout, just like anything, whether you start painting an airplane, you don't know what kind of paint you're going to use. You've got an initial cost. And it's always better to buy in bulk, which sort of runs your cost up, but then you got stock. So you're not having the shipping charges over and over and over again, running to the hobby shop and gas prices and downtime and all that stuff. So it pays off in the long run, but it seems sort of hard on the wallet at first.
Help me take this off the stand, John. I'll take it downstairs and put it back together. See what it weighs.
70 ounces.
Yeah.
You gotta line it before you can start sanding on it. It's still
Stand up tonight.
rubbery.
I'll work on the cockpit tonight. I hope it didn't have a whole lot of weight. Shouldn't, should it?
Ounce.
You think that much?
Maybe not, but you added clear and
We need to bring your other scale down, because that's where we got it. Let me get the Cadillac on it. It was 60 and a half before. When it hit 64, stop painting.
you already. I seen you putting on epoxy on the fuel tank compartment and all that the other day.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, but that was included today.
Yeah, I know, but haven't done the inside of the cow too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking because I didn't see the whole thing.
It's all done.
Hey, John, down in your basement shop, do you have a monocoque gun or a hair dryer?
Yeah,
Okay. And also, do you have like a little soft artist brush, like an 1/8" tip or something really small, like you,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I might have one up here, Dan. I mean, look.
yeah. Don't worry about it right now, do that thing.
Back down.
And then,
Boy, it sure feels like. A lot of sanding to do under here. Feels great right now. Missing the parts.
75 in there though.
Hey, feel this. Feel how nice that feels.
yeah. You keep worrying about this thing, it's
Yeah,
okay.
but
It's all right.
you start adding all that hardware on it.
That's what kills you. Header pipes, motors, thrust washers, spinner nuts, props. Yeah, right now, no wheel.
Bring the camera, John. When you come,
Well, I'll get it, one of us will.
get the
Trying to
scale.
find an artist brush and I'm not so sure.
Don't forget the scale. I want to weigh it on his scale because we weighed it this morning.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
That and that, and the camera. I get it all back together.
Gonna sort of do the move here, guys. Another vomit cam deal. You going out there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah.
Figure it out or something.
No. So much stuff out in here.
Want to get to 64 ounces and quit thinking.
She's gonna run some PVA down in there, make sure.
Make sure it doesn't lock up.
Yeah.
Well, if it doesn't work, it was fun doing it.
What's that?
This prop.
Oh, it'll work. Thing is with this prop, we're experimenting, or I'm not. This is the stuff I've already done before.
Just repeating the process,
Yeah.
which is always nice to have, you know, we're not
We have no
doing it
clue.
green, but between the two of us, you know, we know enough to do how to do it, but we don't know how.
We get it figured out, but it might cost a few $100s along the way.
Yeah. It pays to have somebody that's already done it and
Well, it's like I've known from experience, the sticking point is right down where I'm at with this artist brush. I've never had a whole lot of trouble, but I've never had a lot yet, but I've had it to where it'll stick a little bit towards this hub where you get that sharp angle.
I'd rather not experience that. Uh-oh. What's going on here?
Basically, you've got such a tight area down in there, the spray gun doesn't like to get spray down in there as wet as it should. So what I do is I just go back with this little artist brush and,
get some liquid down in there.
yeah, like right up in those cracks right there.
Mhm.
This is the one I gotta.
We ain't bad Chad, but
Make sure when I pour it. So
we don't have a 50 unfinished projects either.
no, what's he do? He starts the car and he gets it to the primer stage and then he backs off and goes to another project. Or?
They're not even finished at primer stage.
They're 80 grit sandpaper. Didn't he say he never uses anything less than 80 grit? Or
Yep,
50?
3680.
3680, yeah.
That must be a fine finish on that baby. But you know, when you don't care what it weighs, and you're using it, well, what's the difference?
Yeah, you could put 10 gallons of primer on it and
Well, it's like that plug over there, right? The RC plug.
Yeah, your plug's not as nice as a finished product.
Well, you don't have to worry about the weight though. You just keep laying it on.
Thanks for the compliment on the house. Yeah, it is a pretty nice house. It's a ranch, so everything's laid out on one floor. So yeah, it's pretty good size. Not huge, but it's pretty good size. Nice and comfy.
Not like my shit box.
Got a full basement in it, which makes it really nice. It's not a half basement, it's a full.
John's basement is 5 times the size of my apartment.
Yeah.
And my shop is twice the size of this.
Just this little area right here is the size of your apartment.
Yeah. But you got no couch in there.
With no couch and, and you can see we're having a hard time walking around each other.
And my shop in St. Louis, twice the size of this because I got 2 rooms.
Look at this workbench right here that they're working on. That workbench is 48 inches by 70. And it's got about 4 foot all the way around it for a traveling path. I made it as big as I could and still had enough room to move comfortably around the workbench.
It feels heavy now.
Oh yeah.
Set your foam on here. Here. Okay, I'll zero it out.
I'm not ready to weigh yet. I gotta get it. Who's in the bucket? Get that wax right there. Can't no. Get it over here. There we go. Okay. When we weighed it today, it had this. And the pilot.
And the canopy and the tape. Oh, you put a piece of tape on him, so.
It wouldn't fly
Smart
out.
guy. Get tired of paper off the floor.
So he wouldn't eject. But they didn't eject.
They jumped out.
They opened the canopy and fell out. Okay, zero your scale.
It's zero.
Ready to go now?
Yeah, you're ready.
It feels like a turd.
How much do you think?
62.
61.8.
From
That's
0.5
not-
to 0.8,
It'll be 0.5, 61.5 when it gasses.
and it was 61 point
No, it's 60.5.
or 60.48 or something like that. We rounded it up to 5.
60.5, 61.5 is probably what it, when you get done sanding.
So an ounce.
Yeah, put an ounce on it.
So I still could make 64.
Yeah.
You just won't be able to put.
Man, when it comes to all your little accent colors, it's airbrush city,
Yeah, well, I don't weigh nothing.
but they weigh something. It's them 3 coats of clear that you put on afterwards.
I'll just put 1 coat of spray shine on it, it'll be twice as light.
Oh yeah.
Rattle can at 2K up there on the shelf.
That's what Jerry would do.
Yeah.
That was his.
Oh, yeah, he did do that.
I know, I got one at
And
home.
claimed that he only
It only
went up
gained
an
an ounce.
ounce.
My ass.
You got a can of paint that weighs 10 ounces, out of which 6 ounces are the fluid, and he used a whole can.
2.
Did he use 2 cans?
But only gained an ounce.
I bet. The math don't add up. Unless you're using that new math that they got out there today.
So I gotta finish everything up in 2 ounces. Yeah. It'll be a turd. But
You keep saying that.
Yeah, he's just fixated. Listen, all your other P-47s weighed up there, so
well, if that prop is lighter than this prop is 2 ounces.
Yeah.
And the tank is 2 ounces in here, so we could drop 2 ounces off of it right off the bat. If we could get the prop to weigh an ounce and the tank to weigh an ounce, it's 2 ounces done.
That'd be huge, wouldn't it?
Yep. But it's also off the front end.
Yeah.
Of course, we're gonna lose a little weight here because we're gonna make this half the size.
They'll fly it and say, man, I need an ounce of nose weight.
if you get that lighter wire for the landing gear, make different wheel pants, door covers, shed some weight there.
We'll see how that works out. Just like I did with that other airplane, remember? If I can make the weight and have those, I'll leave those on there. I like those styles. So where did you paint? Down in the hub there?
Yeah, right, in that real narrow cracks, because it's hard to get the spray down in there. Yeah. Now on this mold, you can see dust, and that's just the way it goes. The prop blades look good. You know, you're gonna get dust specks, it ain't gonna matter. This isn't a concourse finish, it's a mold. Only thing, I just wanna make sure that the PVA I brushed in those little cracks is dry. I gotta let it sit there for a little bit and gas off. I think this one is okay, it's dry.
It's 5 o'clock.
Can you feel that?
Hmm.
Can you feel that?
What's that, the
That
dust?
lettering.
Oh. Not really, not after the PVA. I think the PVA sort of floated that bump out. It was like super micro small. So you wanna mess with pouring these things today?
Yeah, get it
Okay.
finished. Be 7 o'clock when I get out here.
You gotta go eat supper, take a nap.
The take a nap thing was after lunch.
That was-
I done missed that.
We're past due.
You know, being retired sort of spoils you.
Oh yeah, this is like work here.
When you say you can do stuff at your leisure, you really mean you can do stuff at your leisure.
Yeah.
That old southern attitude, if it don't get done today, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I used to have 2 days off and I try to jam everything in 2 days and worry about it. And I never did everything I wanted done.
You ever wondered how you got as much done as you did though?
Yeah, I
With
wasn't sitting in that
working
lazy, I wasn't
eight-
sitting in that easy chair.
Was working 8 or 10 hours a day or 11 hours a day or more and then coming home and working on projects until midnight, getting 3 or 4 hours of sleep,
Yeah.
back up for work again? That's how you got it done. You just busted.
Yeah. When I was 20, 30, 40, I didn't sit down in the house. If I was in the house, I was sitting at the table eating or I was in bed.
Yeah.
I was standing in the garage the whole time. I
Yeah,
was
doing something
Yeah.
out there, you were on a job or
Yeah,
something was always getting done. And both of you, typically your wife was doing about
Yeah.
the same damn thing too.
yeah. Kids were going 100 miles an hour.
Yep. You're running them all over the countryside, doing all their activities and trying to keep the house clean and meals cooked. And
Yeah.
been there, done that.
Yeah, I think fix the spots. And sand this with 600,
Touch up the bare spots only.
and then hit it with my silver gray. I gotta get the cockpit done.
That's really, I think that's really your next step. It has to be there.
Get that thing flared in.
I gotta get it painted inside there.
Yeah, paint it, get the canopy glued on and get it flared in. You might go ahead and, once you get the super fill around it flared in, and tape it off and spritz it with a little DC 540 just around the edge,
So I'm gonna do the same color.
just for touch up.
It's got some issues with these spots.
Battleship gray. But you know, Sparky, you put you a panel on.
It's got a few issues, but it should be all right after I fix it. I'm just gonna have to go over and fix them all.
That's the problem with not being able to see that stuff. You can't see it out in the garage even, but you bring it down here and there's enough light down here that you got, what you got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 8, 9, 10 fluorescent, 10 lights down here. These are 4,000 or 5,000 lumen.
No. Yes.
Trying to figure out. It's a few thousandths off one side or the other. Trying to figure out. I think that's what I want right there. Well, these it doesn't matter because remember how they hung out. You can set it in the cradle, Spark. You want me to put your cradle over there?
I'll just set it here.
You want to take some of that clay and seal them side pieces to that mold with that clay?
I'm gonna look at it first. I'm gonna see how close it is.
John doesn't mind if it runs all over the glass.
That's what I was thinking.
As long as I'm not the one that has to clean it up.
It cleans up easy.
It's gonna run out a little bit here, maybe. It's hard to tell until you get the clamps tight, you know what I'm saying? Once you suck this plastic down with a clamp,
That'd be not getting clamped on the end pieces.
yeah.
You take a little, form a little stringy hot dog out of that clay and smoosh on them sides.
Yeah.
I'll start rolling some out if you want to do that. get some of this junk out of the way. And remove. Oh, there's it all goes.
I'll get this thing positioned where I want it, so that way it comes time to actually. It looks like there was a little shrinkage on the corner. Everything else is super tight. I'm just gonna wipe a little bit right on the mold here. I think I'm good now, John. This is all needed, wasn't much. Oh, Gummy to the rescue. Clamps.
Got to have the Gumby. Sure, it's parallel. It's in there, not in there square.
Okay. See what I got.
It's not gonna pushing in as tight as I can push in.
Okay, that one up. I think that's it.
Pick it up and see if the thing falls out. The guy, he knows you got a leak.
Bang. That's good enough. It'll hold it. Okay.
Over here.
You know, when I cut this, I couldn't cut it as good as the CNC factory edge. So I made sure that I left that good edge out.
Make sure you guys can see this. I think you can see this.
Bob Whitney made me a couple of props. He used Bondo as the mold. Needless to say, they didn't turn out as nice as these.
Yes, it is great to have workspace all the way around your workbench. Very nice.
Trouble with when it gets so thick, you get into trouble with a lot of shrinkage.
Mm-hmm. No shrink crack.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee you that prop sells. That one right there.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's right in the sweet spot. It's right there where,
That prop there is going to be a you know a novelty.
yeah.
Show up to the contest with 100 props, $50 a piece. You think that's too much to ask for a prop?
What's that, 50?
Yeah.
No.
No, there's a lot of sweat equity. Or just plain
Oh yeah.
freaking labor.
If you give them a prop that's balanced and pitched and works, they'll spend $50. Heck, I was spending $50 on props in mid-1990s.
Tell you where you run in, you know, when you start sanding these things and stuff, they're a mess. They're messier than I'll get out. You really don't want to do it inside.
That's why,
And you should wear a mask on all this stuff, because that stuff is,
Oh yeah, I'll be doing that.
it's very nasty.
that's why I made this little rolling cart with all my sanders on it.
Help me, Mr. Bill. Help me.
Yeah, I know you got a rolling cart for everything over your house.
Yeah, you know where to roll it.
Out to the driveway.
Yeah. But I just roll it out there and
Is it yours or mine?
that's yours.
Feels like a big heavy can. I didn't know it was rusty.
Pit stop here.
Okay, we're getting ready to pour this second half of the mold. The big reveal of the whole day. Like, subscribe, and share. We got 16 watchers, but only 13 likes. I should have 40 likes and 15 watchers.
That'd be nice.
Hit the
Thumbs up.
This is mine. This is yours. I don't know. It doesn't look too bad. If you look at it in a general light, it's okay. When you start picking over it,
You can pick over the best of them. You know?
yeah, but I'm gonna try to make the front row. I'm gonna have to really step it up. But if you look at it, you can tell the paint. There's no paint on it.
You know, I was talking about PPE. I forgot my rubber gloves.
Over there, Sparky on that wall.
Got it.
Well, you got everything, John. I'll tell you what. Yeah. So you're. That's all right. Here we go. This is it. We got the other gallon down here, right?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Been warming all
Oh
day.
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Might as well mix it all, huh?
Okay. It's gonna take everything here plus a little of that. Top it off and then.
Think I'll have any left?
Oh yeah. One nice thing about all this stuff,
It smells like oranges.
doesn't it? Doesn't.
I bet it's got citrus in it.
I bet it did. But you never know.
One big aluminum turd. wonder if JB Weld has anything to do with it.
I don't know. You get into the chemistry, you probably find some similarities.
Yeah, you gotta allow for the waste that's gonna be left in that can. Wonder what they do. They probably got a rubber spatula or something that they stick down in there, and they buy real cheap dollar store rubber spatulas and wipe out all that stuff out of there. I guess if you did this regular.
Yeah. Well, here's the way it works. We're working for somebody, right? They're not paying us too much money. And we get it pretty close and throw this in the trash. Now, when you buy it, Sparky's standing right here and watching every cent. I'm scraping it out. There ain't no throwing in the trash.
You missed a lot down in there.
We're gonna get our money's worth out of this can. And I do the same thing. If this was my can, this is what I'd be doing.
You bet.
Well, obviously, it's not gonna be
Be
perfect.
going up there asking Barbara, so you got any cheap rubber spatulas you want to get rid of?
I remember this one guy, we were building airplanes, and I told him with this foam wing, I said, just get you a spatula and spread that glue, you know, when you. And I was thinking in my mind, one of those automotive spatulas. He went in the kitchen and got his wife's spatula. Went over to his house, I said, it was loaded full of glue. He didn't even clean it. I said, oh my gosh, did your wife see that? No. I said, you better throw it away before she sees it. I said, because you ruined it.
Yeah. No more cooking with that puppy.
But here's the thing, you have this much in here. I don't know how long it lasts in this state, but if it would, you could just throw it on the shelf, and if you ever needed 10 grams of this stuff to do a little repair or something, you'd have it. It'd be nice to be able to put this in a smaller bottle or something.
I think I'll bring some of them knockouts home from the cabinets that I showed you I was making.
Mm-hmm.
When we make the doors, we knock out a hole.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, like a junction box knockout.
Yeah. No, they're not a junction box knockout. It's for the hole for the handle on the door on those boxes.
Yeah, but it's like a junction box knockout.
Yeah.
You just tap it and it pops out.
Yeah. Well, it pops out because we punch it out, but we got a punch that punches it out, and they're about yay square and yay wide. You get your hand in there and get that all out of there. Got a round corner on it.
It's pretty much.
Yeah. You're done when you're done. See, John, I built 3 of these in a week. These are the same size as a sleeper.
Run the full width.
Yeah. Well, it is for a 10-wheel dump truck.
Mm-hmm.
They start out in a pile of crap like that. That's my
What's a concealed headache rack? Is that what it is?
No,
An
it's a
enclosed headache rack?
toolbox like that.
Yeah.
No, that's Dan and his steaks. I thought I had more pictures than
He's
that.
got a picture of me and the steak.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. You got hooks and stuff for in there for chains and all that. And
Yeah. Goes on the back of a 10-wheel dump truck for cement.
Mm-hmm.
I built 3 of those in a week. Most guys take a week to build one.
So it's a toolbox that goes on a truck, correct?
It goes in the same place as a sleeper goes,
Okay.
behind the cab.
So what would be the purpose of having the toolbox like that. I mean, is it a work truck?
Yeah, dump truck.
You wanna
Okay.
give me that lid down there?
Yeah.
They keep shovels, and vibrators.
Okay. All their equipment.
Yeah,
Yeah, is it for the school,
no,
city?
no. Paving company.
Oh, then the stuff that actually gets used then.
Yeah, look at how mushy, how you've been heating that all day and it's like water. Is that good or bad?
HAC 560.
Been heating it all day.
Yeah.
Got hot.
Yeah. I don't know. It'll kick.
You said warming up, John said on top of the heater.
I was just thinking room temp.
Should be all right.
Just hope we don't set up in 5 minutes, but it ought to mix up really easy.
Yeah. Well, we'll mix it in with
You
that.
mix some of that and that'll cool it down some.
Yeah.
Is it hot enough to burn you?
No.
Touch that can.
Pretty warm. Pretty doggone warm. Better take that other stuff off there. How warm's that can?
Not bad, because it was on top of it.
I'm surprised it didn't pop the lid off that, just sitting on there getting that hot.
You're a little boom.
Look up on the ceiling. It's got a
Oh my God.
Goopy
What kind
shit.
of a mess did we make down here now?
goopy shit dangling off the ceiling.
So what we're gonna do, we're gonna mix it up a little heavy and we're gonna pour this. We're gonna get this up where we want it. And then we're gonna come over here and pour what's left here. And then we'll mix up a little bit more and top that off.
You to touch that?
Yeah, it's pretty warm, John.
Pretty hot. I don't know. Maybe that shouldn't cool down a little bit.
Keep pouring. Yeah, look at that.
Well, like I said, what we don't use in one, it'll go right in the other one. You see what I mean?
Right.
So we're good. And this will cool it off. The only thing you gotta be careful of when you get it hot, if it starts creating an exotherm, then I think you'll get a lot of stuff.
Could be too hot for that PVA.
Yeah.
That cooled it off pretty good though, didn't it?
Yeah, plus this was really cool. The first batch out of that can, that was pretty cold. It was really too thick. So by coming in here with this,
Use this stuff here. This has been at room temp. We won't even have to open this.
no,
So I didn't even really need this.
yeah, you did. You did. You know, when you buy this stuff, you're buying it, you're not buying it as a kit. You're buying a quart and a gallon. It doesn't mean that that quart will cure the whole gallon. It won't. It'll cure more than the gallon.
Right.
But you're just buying, because with this stuff, you might take 9234, looking at HT 250, HTR 250, and see what the properties of the 250, when you mix that with it, it's probably higher than the 1063. So, yeah, you can use, different curing agents and different things. You got to make sure it matches to the spec sheet though, but otherwise you can experiment on your own peril, which I've done. Now see, this consistency here seems like it's where it needs to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not thin like that and it's not thick like the others.
This won't kick off by itself, will it?
No.
So we didn't ruin it.
No, you're all right.
is mixed with 9234, 8433, or 8401. I don't know what the partner was that I got.
$31.80.
3180 or 3162.
3180, 3,180 grams.
This is HT 106-3.
Yeah, that won't work in there.
3,190 grams. Now, don't be burning out numbers. We're burning out numbers. Let me figure first, and we're gonna match, see if we match.
What was the number?
3,190. And we're going 15%.
Right?
3190, 15%. Is that what you got?
I didn't add it up.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try to get involved in that. Well, you just keep less minds out of it and let one guy deal with it and do your voodoo. Now, if you
Yeah.
ask for a double check, then
Yeah.
one person can double check and then we'll.
5104 is what it should total. What'd you get?
So we started at
3190.
Times 15. $15. 3190. 478 grams. Plus 3190. 3668.
0.5.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, figured it. 3 times. 3 times a piece.
Save big money at barnyards. Go get us some of that good contest wood at Menards.
I like shopping Menards.
You can build a competition stunner out of balsa wood at Menards.
Do they have balsa wood?
Yeah, they do.
You might get one piece a year
Yeah.
out of there.
They sell them little like
Free
sometimes it's 4 sheets of 16th and or 2 sheets of 16th plastic wrap.
They pack it up, or you have to buy whatever's in the pack. You can't pick
Yeah, you can't pick and choose. It's 3 pieces or 4 pieces in a pack, or 1 piece if it's 1/4 inch, and
What? Oh, Cobra. Gumby.
Okay, we're gonna pour this till we get 3,668.
That's my tribute to Mr. Bill.
You ready?
Yeah, go.
Yep.
$3,300, 34, 35, 36, 05, 36, 10, 15. 36, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 8 more grams, 8.5 more grams. Oops, 2 grams over.
Oops, oh my God.
It's close
The
enough.
aerospace company's not gonna accept that one.
2 grams for 3,668. We're all right.
They'll come in here, but they probably got a little checker for that, you know, like a hardness tester. They'll come through and check it when it's scared and say, oh yeah, you missed that mix ratio by 0.20%.
I'll tell you what's nice, having fresh batteries in my scale, so it's not turning off every couple minutes.
We've been on 3 hours, 32 minutes, so we put a total of 6 hours in today.
Anybody say anything on there?
Now that his bench was the same size as yours.
That's the last one.
Okay, we got paper there, splashing a little bit.
You really got to mix the crap out of that, huh?
Yeah.
Put in a paint can and shake it.
It's sort of funny because all of a sudden,
You see it incorporate.
yeah. Yeah, it's not instantaneous, you know, when you take an unfilled epoxy,
It's brown.
yeah,
Will it turn gray?
no, I don't know, probably. It's been heated up, so who knows what kind of, I don't care what color it is, just so it's
Oh, yeah,
rock hard.
It's gray in there.
See that? So,
You just got to get all the grade up to the top.
Yeah, that hardener is sort of brown.
Yep, I guess I drank my last soda.
Want something to drink, Dan?
I'm good right now. I'm right. I'm all right, really. All right. Now, you see how the viscosity really dropped in this when it got hot?
Yeah.
And see how all the air was coming out of it? Epoxy loves heat. So you saw how thick the first gallon was and how thin the second gallon was. That's the same type of thing you're going to be looking at when you lay up a prop with the HTR 250 in a mold at 200 degrees. It's going to turn that thick honey resin into like water. You can really play with the heat on this stuff to get different wet outs, and of course you're playing with your cure time, you know, when you actually go from a 77-degree cure to 100-degree. But this resin, this casting and that resin 250, it loves heat.
It should pour out of there better and no bubbles either, right?
Yeah, well, the bubbles will be coming to the top really quick.
I wish I could have found that piece of wire I had been up, but
Oh, that's all right. Heck, we're
would have
good, John.
made it nice.
I still got that spatula. Yeah, we'll be good. I'll put the old scraperoo on it.
Wonder what old Bad Chad's doing now, welding more shit together? I like watching him, but he never finishes anything.
He's entertaining.
Maybe it's on purpose, you know. Keep.
Did you see his weird looking Ford Fairlane truck?
I haven't seen any stuff he's had lately.
Well, must be from years ago, because it was running and it was painted.
Okay. You know, it is sort of neat though. I mean, he didn't have exactly what I'd build nor anybody else. He's doing exactly what he wants, but it's neat to see somebody with some creativity that's not afraid to.
See, if I'd have had that 34 Ford, I'd have chopped and channeled it, but it'd still look like a 34 Ford, only chopped and channeled, not
Yeah.
look like a bus or
Yeah.
a cab over or whatever that
Well,
thing.
that's part of his draw. I mean, he's done stuff that nobody's done.
Nobody wants to do it.
Yeah. I think I got it mixed up, Spark.
Yeah, it looks good. It's gray. I think what I'll do is I'll come over and we'll lay up the first prop out.
Yeah, you come over and we'll,
I
oh,
want to be there too. If you don't mind.
yeah, come on over.
What good is all this stuff? Can't see the actual layup of the prop.
Yeah, bring your camera. We'll have whatever,
Saturday at Dan.
whatever day it is at Dan's.
Yep. We'll come knocking on your door about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
Well, Dan's up.
I'll be standing there in my pajamas. Come on in.
He'd be sitting in his easy chair in
Yeah.
front of his
You'll
wall.
you'll see the garage door go up. He never even moved.
No,
Okay, guys.
garage door, it wouldn't matter. The garage door ain't coming up. Go in the side door. You couldn't get in the garage door.
And just on like that smooth on, you just got to pour it in one corner and just let it sort of
Yeah,
migrate around, and it gets down in all the nooks and crannies, and there's no air pockets. And
yeah, I'm letting it migrate. I'm not creating dams. Trouble is when you start pouring it from different directions, then you start making dams.
yeah, and let it sort of self-level itself. And
This is advanced control line. You know, how many guys are going to be doing this shit?
you're about 3/4 of an inch right now.
I want to match what I've got.
You got a ways.
Not really.
This side looks thicker than this end over here.
You better stop. It's thicker than. Shoot. Gotta mix some more.
It's all right. We got plenty more.
Yeah, but you got enough time.
What do you mean?
When will that shit start kicking off?
Oh, it doesn't matter as long you got time to pour this. I mean, the second part you can pour this, 2, 3, 4 hours later. You mean the second pour? Yeah. Don't worry about it. This whatever you pour on top of this is gonna cross link and it's gonna become one.
You're dripping stuff onto the rod.
That's all right. It'll come right off. It'll come off. Don't worry about that. Isn't that right, John? You saw
Yes.
how?
Oh yeah, I picked it off with my fingernail.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll do a pour in 2 stages. One of the things I used to do is I pour this much, or maybe a little bit more, and I go to B stage. I let it get sort of rubbery. And then once it got to where whatever you put on it wasn't going to disturb it, then the second batch, I'd pour a bunch of aluminum BBs in it.
Mm-hmm.
And those aluminum BBs,
Fill the space up.
yes, so you used a lot less resin. And not that it really made any difference, but
Didn't you have some with rocks in it too?
yes, when I first started when I first started doing this stuff, I was using a UR 132, which was a polyurethane casting resin, and it had like marble dust in it. And it went really quick. And I thought, man, this stuff's expensive. And I went outside in my landscaping and got some little lava rocks used to fill concrete. I went out there and scooped it in a bucket and I poured it in there and I mixed it up just to see what would happen. And yeah, it
Took up space.
took up space. It was a room temp mold, so it really didn't matter. It wasn't critical. It wasn't any big deal.
So what do you think? Just a little bit more?
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna take much. We want to get it up, like right there. Pour out the same size as I can.
Do I need to order some more?
This will finish that mold.
I know, I mean, for other things, landing gear. Got enough to do a landing gear, tank? I know it's enough to do a tank, but
It'll probably do the other half of this in a tank.
I better get some more then. Well, this stuff here beats the heck out of having John stand there at the mill.
Took me a long time to mill that aluminum.
Yeah,
Now, it wouldn't take me near as long had I had a little more modern equipment.
like Titans of CNC.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now that we might as well make some more mold. I need one too.
You need to make them every bit as long as that piece of aluminum.
Yeah,
I mean, they have to be as long as that.
you're gonna mold a tank off of that, and I'll take that tank and make a mold out of it. How many grams?
915 grams plus 15%. percent, 0.15.
915. $1,052.25.
Yep. $1,052.25. I'll probably just go 1,052.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. Try not to pour that damn lid in there.
We need the other can.
Yeah. $965 grams. Bending up that can. Okay, where are we at? 1,052. There's 1,000. 10, 20, 30, 45, 50. 55. The resolution on this is, because I was pouring and it wasn't changing. 1,055.
I don't think it's that critical.
Not, you gotta stay within as close as you can. You don't wanna change it to 18%. 15, and really 15, what was it, 0.25? So basically that's probably the, for all I know.
Could you have mixed that in this other can?
Yeah, but I wanted to tear it again. I just, I could have.
Just a question is whether it hurt it or not, better leave it on the table.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, I just didn't wanna.
That's fine, because you got two things cycling at two different
Yeah,
times. and-
Yeah. If, let's put it this way, if that was my only option, I'd do it, you know. But now I'm taking that, which is really getting thicker and starting to cure. The other thing, when you mix resin up in a pot or a cup, and let's say you're making a prop and it starts to exotherm, which means it's starting to cure.
What is this right here? Is this your can or my can? Oh, it's an empty can.
What you gotta do is get it out of the mass. Because what happens when epoxy or this resin is held tight into a container, it creates its own heat. And the exotherm is a chain reaction. So if you're making a prop and the resin's starting to thick up like it's starting to cure, you need to get it spread out on a thin film so that way it slows down and gets rid of the exotherm. Sometimes you can catch it before it even happens just by working with it enough. You can tell that it's about ready to go.
Sure, a lot easier to mix when it's thin, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and this stuff, as thin as it was, look at that, it's curing.
Only thing is, it looks like this resin.
Oh, it's sucking down. It's okay. Just a little bit. It's not even touching the table. It's all within specs.
I'm just gonna be hard, well.
No,
probably
because
not.
when you pop the sides off, I
Yeah.
PVA'd the side of it and waxed it, it'll just peel
That might
off.
be a little thin, little sheet
Yeah,
on there.
you'll take a razor blade and just pop that little flange off. Probably only a few thousandths of an inch.
That's where paying attention to details comes in handy, just PVA and the edge of that.
Yeah. The same thing, when I lay up a prop, bell crank or something, I PVA the mold and I PVA down the sides of it. Makes it that much easier to clean up. You just take a straight edge razor, it's sort of dull, and you just break it down the side and all those little beads just pop right off.
I'll probably download these, cut them up, the video up and do
Composite video.
give it to my members.
The other thing you can do, Spark, last winter when we were laying up the bell cranks,
Yeah,
landing gear, put those in there. Take the stuff we've done composite wise and stick it all together and edit it. Really not supposed to scrape the sides like this, but this stuff is mixed so well. You can tell by looking at it. There, a little messy, but it's in there. Don't worry about all these drips, they flake right off. Yeah, that's gonna be a real nice mold.
it's like a brick. That prop's gonna sell. That one right there, I know it.
All this build up for nothing, just like making a cake batter.
Yeah.
See, I was bringing these molds over and you thought they were something special. All it is a lot of claying up and cake batter. That's all it is.
When I first saw them, I thought they were
Pretty simple.
CNC'd.
Yeah.
Man,
Very, very simple. The thing is that the only thing about doing this is the cost.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you don't get your mix right and you don't have your PVA on there right and all that kind of stuff, you can waste a whole hell of a lot of money real
Yeah.
fast. And
Yeah.
that's the scary part about the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not scary for me because Sparky bought it.
Well, that's true. You're like a government worker. It's somebody else's, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. No, it's not scary for me because I've done it before. That's, to be honest
But
with
it
you.
was probably pretty scary for you the first time you actually
Oh, yeah.
put one up. And
Yeah. Well, all joking aside, I mean, I'm just as conscientious with today as I am if I was at home with my stuff, so.
Well, you have to be. It's the same
Yeah.
thing, regardless.
Yeah,
Well, your screw ups are twice as good as what I can do because I know nothing.
well, you do now. I mean,
I know how to do it now.
how I got started in this whole thing.
Watching Windy tapes.
No, I never got anything on props on that. Not that I couldn't have, but I wasn't watching them at that time. There was an article in Model Aviation. It was on making props. And the guy, I forget exactly how the article went. It's sort of like speed props, you know. The guy was making small speed props.
That's setting up already.
Oh yeah, and he was divulging where he got his product, and one of the main thing was a resin. It was a EPON 815, which I still use today, with a triethylene tetramine, and the stuff goes really fast. It's a really thin curing agent like water, and it kicks really quick. So it was E.V. Robertson, California. So I got online and I ordered a gallon of EPON 815 and a quart of Teta. And then I went down to Meyer Plastics and I got UR 132, which was a polyurethane casting resin. And it was like mix it up, and that would have been hard by now. That's how fast it was. And it wasn't the ideal mold making stuff, but it worked. And the molds were a little bit more fragile. It was way up above plaster of Paris. So it was like opening up a rabbit hole. Then I had E.V. Roberts send me a catalog, and then I got online and I looked up Shell EPON. Then I called 1-800-TECH-EPON, which was in Houston, Texas. I started talking to chemists down there, and they started sending me information. And then somehow, I forget how it was, I came across this resin services. So then I started talking to their techs, and it just became an all-consuming rabbit hole. And it all started with that Model Aviation magazine article on props. And then it's like I told Sparky, I said, you know, you get halfway across the lake, you have 3 choices: get to the other side, go back to where you came, or drown. So I had just enough money invested in all this junk that I thought, well, I got to get my money out of this. You know, I got, $500 here, $300 here, $200 here. I'm saying, so then I thought, well, I better start selling some bell cranks and horns and landing gear and get my money out of it. I think I finally got my money out of it, and I still have stuff left over, but yeah, it was, the more I got into it, it opened up a lot of doors. I mean, I started seeing what you could do with it, and it just kept going.
I don't want to go into the prop business. I want to sell a few props to make my money back.
Get these molds paid for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta get your money back for your materials.
yeah,
All your materials, and all the prop making materials and mold making materials.
The resin,
and-
the toe, I got to figure out what a bolt of toe cost.
Yeah, that's the big thing right there.
I bet that spool of toe is expensive.
Probably $250.
yeah. They
And
call
that's
that a
not the
crew.
right kind of toe. That's not heavy enough, is it?
Oh yeah, you have to
So
double
you
it.
just
triple-
keep using more
Yeah.
pieces, but if you had higher K toe, you could
go quicker.
go quicker. Yeah.
But you know what though? I mean,
What do they call that?
a creel.
A creel.
Sometimes the toe could be too thick. I mean, if you're laying up a prop, you think, man, I don't need that much toe. And so then you start splitting it down. Yeah.
They sell it by the pound.
Yeah. When you start buying it like this, it's by the pound.
That's pretty heavy.
10X, best flat carbon fibers.
We'll see how many props we get out of that.
Oh, you get quite a few.
I have another one of those in St. Louis.
With these props, these are electric props, they're so thin. It probably doesn't take as much as you think of that toe.
No. This came out of Japan. It's probably good stuff.
See how much it weighs.
Well, you got that, this carbon tube.
3 pounds.
Well, 1,255 grams, 2.77 pounds. It's probably 2 pounds of carbon. I bet it's 2 pounds of carbon. 44.2 ounces, 1,260 grams. Yeah.
What do you think? I get 10 props out of that?
Yeah.
There's a lot there.
Yeah, there is. I mean, you remember that creel that I have over here? You know, that big sucker? I've got the one you saw plus 2 more in the plastic wrap, maybe 3. Same thing.
Bigger.
Yeah, they're a lot bigger than that. You know, they're like,
Well, I got another one more of those in St. Louis somewhere. Plus, I got this.
See, that's what
this.
stops these guys
yeah.
or anybody from doing this is just the simple fact of the initial layout.
The buy-in is tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, now see, if you had to get into this as a hobbyist and you had to buy carbon at this rate, you couldn't do it. You gotta go full enchilada.
Yeah, you only start getting a price break after you get so big.
Yeah.
Then I got 200 pounds of chop.
Yeah, that's one thing you probably don't have to worry about running out of.
Oh, she bought small.
I didn't pay that much. I got it on eBay. I didn't pay that much for it.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta watch ordering stuff from China because you might get carbon fiber that's nothing more than dyed fiberglass. And there was some of that stuff I heard that was going on. Like some of these spinners and stuff weren't really carbon.
That's what we need to work on is a spinner mold.
They were dyed fiberglass.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you
Although
where
it looks good and they're pretty and everything, it looks just like carbon.
I'll tell you exactly where I got my carbon creels a long time ago. Sparky knows where it's at in St. Louis. It's called Zoltek.
Oh, yeah.
Zoltek. And the other thing you can do, Sparky, if you edit these videos, you need to go into the description and take Zoltek HTR 25106.3. You take a description of everything we've utilized here, and you put it in the description. So if somebody's a member, you know, they can sign in there so they have a valuable resource of one way of doing it. So Zoltek, but when you buy from Zoltek, they sell to weavers. So Zoltek actually makes the carbon fiber. They don't get carbon fiber, they actually make it. So the people that make cloth, like carbon cloth, they get it from Zoltek.
Yeah, they buy whatever ratio toe they want and they weave it up into the cloth.
Right. So when Zoltek ships carbon fiber out, they ship like 4 or 5 pallets out, or maybe a whole truckload of carbon on pallets. They take these creels and they put them on spindles, and they start unrolling them, and they run them through these weavers. So these creels on these cardboard tubes are rotating as all this carbon is going into the weave. So the trick is to actually get a hold of the manufacturers that actually make the stuff and buy in a big enough quantity where it's cheap, but not so much it's breaking you.
Well, where I used to get all my phenolic and stuff, it looks like they moved to Kentucky. Oh, wait a minute. No, they're Coke Plastic St. Louis. Let's see here. Yeah, they're still open. Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. You can get any kind of carbon shit you want from Coke. Yeah, phenolic.
But are they just a middleman as far as go, like going to where Dan's?
They make it.
Well, Zoltec probably isn't the only person making carbon. Another bit of trivia, there's really, carbon is just not carbon. They have different modulus carbons. Low, intermediate, high modulus, which would be NASA or something. And that's the tensile strength of the fibers, I guess.
Well, they got a graphics division too now.
And you got, when you start getting into the weaves, then you've got all sorts of combinations, carbon Kevlar, carbon fiberglass, all different weave patterns and that do certain things, weave patterns that work at 45
Here's a
degree
picture of
angles.
It's unlimited.
Yeah.
Here's a picture inside their facility.
And this is what now?
Cope Plastics.
Okay, that's big then, yeah.
Yeah, it's big.
Now see, Meyer Plastics on the east side of Indy is like that, huge.
I used to go there and look in their crap bin and get.
Yeah,
We used to get 3/8 by 1/2 inch phenolic and make motor mounts out of 3/8 by 1/2. Great stuff. Very heavy.
yeah, too heavy, unless you high beam them.
Even then, it's just too much.
Yeah.
What we're doing now, the motor mounts that are in this, that's the way to go.
Yeah,
John puts a motor mount on the mill. Mill's out the center.
yeah,
We slide a piece of 1/4 inch balsa into it.
Gotta keep things as simple as you can. Don't overthink it. You could put $1 million into one of these airplanes, sort of like Doran. He couldn't sell. He was talking about selling one of them airplanes for $2,000. There's no way.
well,
If you as a businessman looking at what it costs to make the aluminum molds, what it costs for the materials, what it costs in labor and everything, and CNC time and all, and you put all that shit together, and you're gonna have to sell 100 airplanes at $5,000 before you recoup all your money and time, and you put a value on your own personal time.
yeah.
But we can mold an airplane with this stuff.
Oh yeah, you could, well, it's like this fuselage, I'm not gonna cast it, I'm gonna lay it up. I'm gonna put a surface coat on it, and the surface coat is a lot like this, but it dries, or it goes, the surface coat is not fluid, it's not like a paste, but it builds up to an 1/8 inch thickness really easy.
Yeah, it'll go vertical.
Yes, and so you get the surface coat on, and then within probably a half hour, it's hard.
And you start glassing.
Yes, then you can put glass on it, but then you put Freeman, they sell a DTO81, you mix it in with the HTR 250, and that was that dough I had over here. Remember that stuff we were wadding up? Where you can roll it out on a plastic or on your table with a roller pin, get it in flat sheets, and then you coat your mold with it. So anytime you take a mold and you make it thicker, it exponentially gets stiffer because of the thickness. So then you do the DTO81, and then you go with more glass. You don't go with glass right against the plug because it prints through. Because if you had a weave of fiberglass and you put it right against your plug, well, when you start laying, you're gonna see that weave, it'll print through. So the surface coat does two things. One of them, it gives you a nice, smooth, slick, hard surface, and it also keeps whatever you put behind it from printing through. The other thing, when you have a mold and they get really big, let's just say it was as big as this table because it's a car hood. Well, you put the surface coat, the DTO81, you start building this thing up. What you don't want to do is take a piece of wood or phenolic or anything like this and put it against the mold, or you don't want to put it against the surface coat. So what they do, because it'll print through, so what they do is they move it back and they put DTO81 underneath it and they make a fillet. and then they glass over that. So even stuff like this will print through on a big mold.
Check out that, what you got in your hand there. Look at that.
This is the crutch you have, right?
Yeah. Now look at the end. There you go.
Yeah, that's what makes it right there.
Yeah. That takes an ounce out of the nose.
Yeah.
And no structural change.
No, you haven't lost
You
anything.
change your tank height
Yeah,
and you
right here.
put everything together, and it says everything's key.
You need to put some of these in your flat box.
Nobody gonna buy them.
And
Yeah, they will.
No, they won't. People are cheap.
No, they'll get it. I mean, like that, yeah. Yeah,
they're lazy too, and that saves a lot of time
yeah,
and weight.
yeah.
But you're right, it might.
You take that little, see that 164 ply he's got on there? And you, instead of putting that ply on, you put a little strip of that stuff that you brought from your shop, that nice carbon. They'll buy it. As soon as you put that black stuff on.
Yeah. No,
It's an impression thing, It's like it's carbon
Well,
fiber. It's
you
got
know,
to be
it's-
better.
Yeah, well, it is, it's trick. I mean, it's,
that carbon fiber's worth 200 of those things. I mean, you couldn't buy that shit and sell it.
well, I'm gonna make carbon fiber. I've seen, I mean,
Well, that's what the guy's doing in class,
where they're taking a piece of glass and they're building a box, okay?
right?
Just like this party board box. They build a box, and this is what I'm gonna do. And then underneath the plate glass, I'm gonna put like a metal diffuser, and then there's gonna be heat lamps.
Right?
And the heat lamps are gonna be plugged in a variac. Now, the variac will control the temperature of the box.
This is like paper.
Yeah, I got some.
So
15,000.
basically, I'll be, and then you can run sticky tape around the glass and vacuum bag.
And you can break this and rip this
Yeah,
lengthwise at any size. Now that would be really good to put on the top of a spar.
yeah,
It builds up no thickness,
yeah. It's
but yet
unidirectional.
it's got the strength.
Yeah, it's unidirectional.
All the grain runs lengthwise.
Yeah, you can rip it this way, but try to rip it that
You
way.
can't. You can't. That's what I mean. So it's strength lengthwise.
Yeah. Unidirectional, yeah.
I got a piece of it, 15,000.
Yeah, you put that under your vacuum bag, under this wing skin, yeah. Unbelievable strength. Where'd you get this at? I know different places
I
sell it.
can't remember now.
I got
'cause
mine
it's been a
from,
long time ago. I got that.
APC.
Yeah,
It might have been from APC.
but it's nice because it's so thin, it's already got the pure play
Yeah,
surface.
it's already hard, and all you got to do is sand it just ever
Yeah.
so slightly and glue it on there, and you're done.
Yeah,
But what's nice is you can rip a little piece of 1/16 of an inch, or you can
Whatever
rip
you
a
need.
1/2 inch wide
Yeah.
piece and just.
yeah,
Yeah, try to cut it the other way.
yeah, you gotta cut it.
Oh yeah, you gotta cut it.
All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed our show today. We're 4 hours and 15 minutes in. We did quite a bit of time today. I hope you learned something. Yeah, we're still going, Craig.
Don't you ever go to bed?
What do you think, Craig? Did you learn anything? Is it worthwhile?
Your sleeping habits are the same as all of ours. 3 or 4 hours of sleep here and there, and then you're back up and at it again.
I was waking up at 2:30 in the morning thinking about Kentucky Fried Chicken today. That's just how messed up I was.
I was up at 2:30. I was up and sitting in the garage at 2:30.
Oh man,
I was up as well.
I'm gonna try cleaning up a little bit for
And me and
John.
Sparky will be talking to you. We'll call each other at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
One day I woke up about 9 or 10 and it was 6:30. Sparky left me a text. What are you doing? Or something like that. I'm thinking,
Are you Sandy?
I was sleeping.
Craig does that to me all the time at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He'll be texting me.
Yeah, but it's time difference there. It's
Well, yeah, for
afternoon
him
there.
and me, but
Yeah.
he knows It's my sleeping habits, you know. So I think he'll be up. It's 3:00 a.m. over there in Ohio.
Yeah, here's the thing you need too when you start doing buckets. You gotta have a good scale.
I'll look into it. I don't want to spend $500 though.
Well, no, you gotta get them used. See if you can get a good use one.
All this stuff adds up. You need clamps. You need plastic for the mold side. You need. Here, this is ding in the way at you a little bit at a time, and before you know it.
Here's the other thing for people watching, if you're still on there. You gotta get a co-op going. So if you're in a club where you can get a group of guys, 4 or 5 guys, and work together, and one guy have a scale, another guy, you know, so you're spreading the burden out, you know, and it makes it more bearable, makes it more fun too. So that's the other way around it. If it gets out of reach, just get more people involved, and usually works out. It's what we used to do back in India on some stuff. So just like we're doing over here, you know, John's house, we're getting together like a big co-op. Can't figure out why this keeps.
Then I find the fancy. Keep wanting to run up that wire.
Can't figure out why that hair's coming up through there.
Need a vibrator.
Yeah, concrete vibrator.
Yeah, that's all right.
Need a vacuum pot.
You know, this house is built really, really well.
Yeah, that's one of the things I looked at when I was building this solid.
See where they notched all these to get them perfectly the height?
The guy that built this house was a contractor, the owner of this house was a contractor.
Yeah.
But you notice all the ceilings are low? Even upstairs, you got, instead of 8-foot ceilings, they're 7'6",
Why do you
or
think?
7'8".
Why do you think he did that?
I think that he had a bunch of pre-cut wall studs,
And he used.
and he told the guys to go out there and cut a bunch of wall studs, and they took a stack of pre-cut wall studs and cut 3.5 inches off every one of them. And he had all this big stack of lumber that he couldn't use anywhere because they were 3.5 inches.
How
too
did it pass
short.
inspection?
Well,
He's a contractor.
Yeah.
He knows all the inspectors. You know, it doesn't have to, your ceiling heights don't have to be 8
yeah,
foot.
I don't think that would affect it. It might affect the joist span.
But I can walk down there and just like these ceilings right here, I can go like this upstairs and touch the ceilings. And then 8 foot, I'm really stretching.
See that grain right there? That's old growth. That's not plantation growth. Come
See,
over.
this,
Look how tight that is. Look at the growth on that.
this house is 75 years old, I think.
Yeah. And then these 1x10s.
You can see where they use some of these for forms.
Mhm.
You go around, you see the concrete still on the sides of them. They clean them up pretty good,
Yeah.
but you can still see where they were used for some kind of a cement form.
Well, we really appreciate everybody who watched and liked. And like I say, this video has become super long again. I'm going to put all the molding information into one video and give it to my channel members. Not the guys who are subscribed, the members. So if you're looking for that video, you have to become a member. So we'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Fair winds, tight lines.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.